faces, feel it sinking in. Lonely faces, say you need a friend. No matter the distance, I will always be there. No more inhibitions, I'll show you I care. You've been lost and alone in the city of lights. myself again. You hit just like a drug. This time I won't let you in. You're playing with VAL. No, I didn't on the break, but this time I won't collapse like I did yesterday. You broke my heart once again. I won't buy the dust in return. I can't give in, I can't give in, I won't give in this time. You broke my heart once again. With your breath and your body for me. I can't give in, I can't give in. I've already run with the wolves. Far from the light of the day. I can't go back to you. I'm stronger today. Been to the dark side, I don't know. So if you wanna shoot far away, I won't go back to you. I'm stronger, I'm stronger, I'm stronger today. I'm stronger today. Tú tienes la pócima para enloquecerme, pero voy a draw the line. Que yo ya sé que es de ti. I got to stay away, got to stay away. Sé que como un trofeo quieres tenerme, pero I don't need no one. Que yo ya sé que es de ti. I got to stay away, got to stay away. No, 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 baby, no, 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 no setbacks. No, 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 baby, no, 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 this time.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Mountain Mayhem presented by Rocky Mountain Esports. I am Alderia, joined with Rhodes, and today we are getting into this first matchup of a doubleheader, and I'm pretty excited for it. How about you, Rhodes? I'm glad to be back with you.
This is going to be a very interesting matchup. We got the Pajis and Pantheon, and a quick little tidbit here. This is Pajis' map, but Pantheon decided to actually opt for defense, which is, I guess, not something I would normally see because it's usually a very attacker-sided map. So I wonder what kind of strategies this team has going on heading into this.
Yeah, I mean, it makes me feel like Pantheon has to have something up their sleeve for a Haven defense side if they're confident picking into the attack. I feel like you've got to have something up your sleeve, or maybe they're just confident in their second half more than, their first. Use this to maybe warm up a little bit. I'm interested to see what's going to happen, though.
Yeah, we see the Zeri locked in as well, something that has been being picked more and more throughout the past couple months. So I'm really excited to see what happens with that. But on the other side, we see a Clove, which I always love seeing Clove. It's more different than what you usually see on this map. Of course, you usually see the Omen. But Clove is just going to be a really fun thing to just watch in general, since it's kind of usually an oddball pick, I guess you could say.
I like seeing Clove as well, but because over the years we've seen controllers kind of take a little bit more initiative in gunfights and be a little bit more aggressive with their playstyle, and Clove really lets you stretch your legs as a controller, because obviously even if you die, you can still apply those smokes, and pretty much her whole kit kind of is meant to be used a little bit more aggressively. So I do love seeing the Clove being picked as well.
Yeah, and I do also like what we see here from Pantheon. They have a very interesting tactic as they're going to be pushing out this garage side.
And they want to try and take these engagements early, and it's going to turn out pretty well so far. Wonderland has managed to pick up one, but it's quickly traded back. Kills back and forth, but it's Pantheon to come out on top. Wonderland manages to double up and sends it into the spawn to be traded back by Scorpio, and Toxic Tony closes it out. So it is a pistol round for Pantheon.
You said something that they were good. They had something up their sleeve, and I mean, they just showed it right there. They went all out through that garage side. Wonderland pick up the opening pick, able to just find a lot of just discomfort for this Pajis team, and overall did eventually die. Got 2 picks for the worth, and they win the round. That's pretty clean overall from that team. Now we're gonna see what they do on the second round bye.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good strategy for the pistol round, especially. You can kind of strength in numbers, and even though it seemed to be at least slightly anticipated from Panji, they didn't really find a way to deal with it despite throwing a little bit of utility at them. So now they're left with pretty much just classics to try and convert this next round. But it should most likely be a Pantheon round, especially going into this stacked C site. 2 players at C Link and 1 at C, being supported by the KJ utility. This is going to be difficult fights to take, but they do manage to get the drop on Toxic Tony, and Cool Guru manages to double up as well. Zora goes down. Wonderland trying to wrestle it back, gets a double kill, and is trying to keep this C site secure, but it is the B site that is the problem here. Engagements in mid will pan out here for Pantheon, and they manage to recover. Only 1 player left to claim, and with a smoke in their face, Mr. Sky should not be able to convert this.
Yeah, I mean, that is so close, and it's all up to Mr. Sky. Can they find this last thing? They're going to play very slow here, looking to not take any more damage. This is still very winnable. This Stinger is a very good gun to use in these short-range engagements. But you got to give up to Wonderland here. Completely save this round for Pantheon, and now they have the opportunity to be able to win it here. As, I mean, 2 of them went down early. Guru just did such a good job with those classic kills. But anyway, we're gonna have to see what does end up happening. Mr. Sky taking a very, very aggressive angle. Will he be expecting to is the question.
Yeah, they gave him the whole map to work with now, and he's taking advantage of it. He gets the double kill in CT and converts this round. It might be a different league, Rhodes, but we're still cursed.
Okay, so if anyone has ever watched Al and I cast and care before, we have this curse where it doesn't matter what map usually, but on Haven or Lotus, the second round, whoever is the team that lost Pistol, some reason, always wins it, and we have seen it once again. Wonderland just couldn't do enough. And I mean, Mr. Sky, that taking such an aggressive angle, just, they weren't expecting it whatsoever, and they just got caught off so guard. That was so good from the Pajis, as they have such a huge advantage now heading into this round.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to dog on Pantheons too much, but they really did give way too much space there to Mr. Sky. He had the entire map to work with, and they were very inactive in that 2v1, and it led to him just being able to go to the A site, secure the plan, and get the double kill to close it out. Now it's going to be an eco round here for Pantheons, trying to work off the back of this overdrive from Wonderland, but has to get a kill soon, and will manage to do that. Refreshes that meter and is just going to collect here. 3 kills on the round and almost a 4th. Toxic Tony is there to trade it back, and Pantheon is right back in this with a potential thrifty of their own, unless they lose yet another 1v2. It's Revolution to try and wrestle this back. Has a Vandal and a good amount of HP to work with here, and it is low HP on Zora, so if they're able to isolate these 1v1s, they might be able to convert this. Managed to get the first, but Celery stands strong, and it's yet another thrifty.
This is a banger already, as Wonderland saves the day again for this Pantheon team. So close for that overdrive expiring, but just has the knowledge to push out of short there, and just find everyone long. And it was just a huge play, able to find 3 picks. You kind of feel like the Pajis were a bit caught off guard. They weren't really paying attention. A lot of people just kind of gave him his ones, and he just capitalized so well. Huge from Wonderland early in this game. 8-3-1 on the Neon. And if you're Pantheon and you want to win these maps, this is how you do it. You have your Neon absolutely carry you so far, as he's taking another aggressive peek.
Yeah, wants to try and secure this orb, and some smokes thrown up to secure it. But just gonna back off. Doesn't want to commit to this fight. Gotten the information, gotten the ultimate orb, and now wants to play with the rest of their team. As this execute does look to be set on the A sites. These long players are slowly creeping in. Sewer there to help as well, but Wonderland wants to get ahead of the play here. Manages to tuck inside of short here. This is going to be a brutal crossfire to clear out if Pantheon is active on it, but they're actually really passive. So Mr. Sky isolates the 1v1, but it's quick trades back from Scorpio and Toxic Tony. Revolution and seems to manage to get one piece as well, and Revolution with the knives is able to pick up one more. We're left in a 1v3 for Celery. Managed to close out the 1v1 last time, but this might be too tall of a task as that spike gets planted. Has to force the fight out the smoke. Gets one, but can't stabilize for the second. Another thrifty.
I don't know what we're seeing at this point. It's just going back and forth, and I mean, just great pistol shots from this Pajis team, able to find all the kills they needed on the A site. Wonderland falling down when they needed him there to just hold on. As I mean, just clean shots. I believe it was from Singzoom, just able to find that sheriff to start it all off. And the Pajis now force another eco onto this team of the Pantheon, as Celery will be buying a gun. But besides that, Apologies are looking good once again. But that hasn't stopped this Pantheon team before, as they're being very aggressive. Once again, they have 5 players towards C and Garage, but no one's there. They called it off, or sorry, it was a bad call, as the Apologies have a free A site, as they're going to be able to clear it quite easily.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say something about an economic advantage here for Paji, but clearly that doesn't seem to matter. It seems like the players with the worst economy are always coming out on top, and it's gonna stay in contention here as Mr. Sky manages to get one, but quickly traded back here. So it's a 4v4 post plan as that spikes goes down on the A site, and all 4 of these defenders are grouping up in A link. It seems like they want to explode out of these CT positions here, as Wonderland with a Vandal is going to try and be that entry, getting droned in by Scorpio. Actually have a bit of a passage into the site, but Revolution manages to get one, and it's a beautiful crossfire. Finally, we are going to see these rifles be able to close out a round.
We finally stop the shenanigans, as Mr. Sky does find the pick but falls down, gives Wonderland a gun, and like you're saying, it does kind of feel like, oh no, they might do it again, but Revolution able to find the 2 picks, the rest of the team able to just converge, and does just really good, as I mean, we finally see the Vandals win in this game, or just the guns in general be able to win, as both guns for these teams are coming out. Now we'll have to see what happens on an even playing ground. We haven't seen that yet. We've seen the high lose to the low quite a bit. So wonder how this will work out, as it looks like it's going to be another aggressive peak from Wonderland.
The first round where both teams have a entirely full arsenal, and hopefully it does not disappoint. It's been very back and forth so far. So now we need to see a bounce back here from the side of Pantheon. They don't want this half to get out of control. Like we said, we want to see something special for this defense side if they chose to start on it. So far, Bulguru is not able to do much as he gets traded back by Celery. Only 1 kill inside of Garage, and that means that the C site has been lost. It's going to be another retake situation for Pantheons.
We'll have to see what Pantheon can do here. Toxic Tony is 1 off his ultimate as well, so that could be really good for this retake.
But Nectarines manages to collect Wonderland here. The star player so far for this Pantheon's roster has just gone down, so the rest of the players have to find some value. Zora and Toxic Tony find exactly that, but it's quickly traded back, and it's the anchor, or rather the Sentinel and the Sova to collect those last few kills.
Mr. Sky has actually been kind of underrated so far. We haven't really talked to him too much. I know the game has just started, but that's a very clean 2K to save the round for them. Of course, Singzoom there as well. But 8-4-4 so far on the Cypher on attack is something you want to see. Get this Cypher going, get some confidence in there, because when you switch to this defensive side, that is going to be really useful for them, as we're going to have to see what happens now as Wonderland once again looking to be aggressive with a pistol on this A long position.
It wants to maybe try and farm up that orb again, but when smoke goes out, not going to be confident to grab that orb, and instead is just going to go down to Cool Guru. Bit of an overcommitment there, I feel, with the Sheriff, and now Toxic Tony has to try and collect the pieces sitting inside of this dark cover. He's just going to be waiting for some kind of pounce here, but it will not come yet. It's been the brakes hit here for the attackers. Here started to calm down and are looking towards maybe a B or C hit. Have beautifully faked out these defenders.
We actually saw Celery earlier in this round actually look to be aggressive down C long, but they decided to move off it, try and play safe because of Wonderland dying. So they actually went to the mid position, and now they're not going to be anywhere near sight, which kind of helps them in the way for the retake. But they could have had a very interesting position in this round if he did decide to do that, as, I mean, it's a 5v4. They don't have guns. We'll see how this does end up, as, I mean, these retakes have been super back and forth, but the Pajis look really good right now.
Yeah, great post-plant positions as well. They've got 3 on site and 2 at long, so there's a lot here to clear out as they're just gonna try and work these angles, but Revolution quickly shuts down Celery, and with it, the hopes of Pantheon will start to dwindle. Everything falls on the Scorpio in the 1v5, and with only a Sheriff, it is nigh impossible. Flash out, and there is no way into this site. This round is over.
The only way into this round is death to end it, because this is another round for Pajis. That's 4 in a row, and I mean, they're just looking so clean now. I do want to say, since they're about to get their guns back up, they have 3.5 ultimates to use, I don't count from the shadows, to use here that can definitely help them for these retakes, or just help them throughout the round in general. Very good retaking ultimates. Scorpio can maybe be aggressive with his, since, I mean, the Rolling Thunder and the Lockdown can be used for those retaking positions, but I mean, they definitely have some positions here that actually get back into the round. We'll definitely see how they do decide to use it, as the Pajis, they're just looking so good after the missteps earlier in this game.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of want to see Scorpio get a little bit proactive with the Hunter's Fury more than defensive with it, personally, because I feel like there needs to be some kind of pace change here from Pantheons. They've taken a bit more of a passive approach to these last few rounds, and it hasn't been working for them. They've been doing their best when they're aggressive, and all of a sudden it feels like Wonderland is the only one who's retained that aggression, and as a result is kind of getting caught out on an island a few times here. Toxic Tony is going to have this first fight, and it's going to be quickly dispatched by Cool Guru, and Sing Zoom manages to collect Wonderland as well. This is falling apart for Pantheon. So they now are in a 3v5, and the A site is vulnerable.
Wonderland just hasn't had the same impact that he had earlier in this game, and it's starting to fall off as just the scariness comes through.
It's going to have to be a huge hole here from Scorpio, and if he's hit with the decay, can't manage to do anything. Revolution manages to get one, take him out, and doubles up in CT as well. And this round is surely over, as Zora is left in the B site with no way in.
It's rough. Only the gun. Zora.
30 seconds left.
Zora just only has one kill
planted.
so far in this game. Just hasn't been able to find much. And Revolution will just secure it with a 3K. 12-5-3 now on this Jet. Has the Blade Storm up once again. The whole team has max money for the most part as well. And we're going to get a pause as the game crash here for this Pajis team. But I don't think they're very worried so far, as they are looking good.
Timeout called here. They want to try and stabilize here. Don't blame them. This is starting to kind of slip away. And yes, Haven is a attacker-sided map generally. This can definitely spiral out of control. You want at least 4, usually probably 5. So they have to go on a bit of a streak here, or else they're going to be looking down the barrel of a very difficult attacking side to wrestle back.
And they picked this defense too, so they kind of made themselves be in this harder position. Like, I know they probably maybe want to be like over a second half team, but you gotta think, if you pick the better side of the map, at least statistically, you're gonna have a better game where you're just not as tilted, you're not as sad about how it's going. You'll just get more confidence throughout the game, even if you are losing throughout. So I do think that that decision definitely did not help them throughout right now, but I mean, we'll see what happens, as they need to be the second half team, because they are falling behind quite hard. They're forced back onto an eco, and we need to see some more out of Wonderland. They just kind of fell off during this game so far. They had such a good early, but they need to find these hero positions to help the team. The team just needs to help them in general as well, as we're going to start this round once again, and it looks like it's going to be a potential default position here, maybe a B split. We're about to find out.
Yeah, Revolution manages to get another one here on the Zora. This B site has been getting abused for these opening picks, and it looks like this time they actually want to commit to the B site execute, because so much utility is coming in. It's going to be Wonderland to try and get this going. He's the last player standing with the overdrive. Could possibly make some magic, but he's on 45 HP. It's going to have to be clean kills here. And these players from Pajis are just backing out to the C site. They're going to get this plant down, and Wonderland is now in such a brutal retake situation. Has to try and get in here, and both these players are just falling back towards long. They're going to confirm the position of Wonderland and just try and play out this time and wait for the taps to play the spam. Singzoom even sends out the owl drone to confirm that nobody is sticking the spike, and even gets the tag here. The time is starting to dwindle for Wonderland. They type the spike one more time. They're running out of chances, and that was their last shot. Wonderland has to forfeit yet another round.
With all the utility that the Cypher and the Sova has, it's so hard for Wonderland to do anything, because the camera can just ping you. The owl drone will stop you as well. And it's just so many annoying utility assets that Wonderland had to go through to even get near the site. So just going to be saved with the rifle, obviously. And I mean, we need to see more now. We need to see something out of this Pantheon team, as they had so much potential earlier in the game, but the curse has led them thus far, as they have 3 ultimates to use. We'll see what they can cook up, but their defense needs to clean it up a bit. They can't be getting picked off by Re-Evolution every round. They need to maybe play less aggressive, maybe play smarter spots, because this Jet has been running this team down so far early.
And once again, this B site, it's being lurked on by Revolution. It's just been so difficult. Yeah, I mean, Zora just keeps kind of sending out jiggles towards this B site and keeps getting punished for it. And once again, B site will be taken advantage of. Luckily, Scorpio is able to trade it back here. So it's at least an even man count for now here for Pantheon, as they've been struggling. And we'll get one more kill, but it doesn't mean much, as the not dead yet comes through. Nectarines is still alive. Has to try and get a kill here soon, though, and just the site is being vacated here. Nectarines will go down, and as the Hunter Fury comes through, this is their best shot at a round. It's a 2v1 as Mr. Sky goes down, and the retake will now be on. It's Singzoom at full HP, a full belt of utility to hold off against these last 2 players.
It doesn't look like they want to use their utility at all. This is going to be a full gun angle. Scorpio is really hurt. Tony just down a bit. So we'll definitely see how this aim duel happens here.
Singzoom playing super aggressive here for a lack of a smokes player, and honestly, it's a little bit questionable, as yeah, Tony is just going to shut them down. And without there being a smokes player, I really would have expected Singzoom to take a bit more of a passive angle, throw out a sonar dart and maybe some shock darts to harass the diffuser, but I guess decided in the end that they wanted to try and get that early gunfight.
Yeah, like you said, like full utility. There are definitely a lot of things that could have done to maybe win that round, but just decides on the aim duel. So, I mean, overall, huge round from Scorpio, absolutely saving, able to kill Re-Evolution, trading off Zora. So that is just what you need from your team. Maybe play more together and you get these rounds. It's 7-3. Ideally, they would want 2 more, maybe just 1. We'll see, as I mean, anything can happen in this game. It is not over yet by any fold, and anything can happen. Definitely, it doesn't look like Zora is playing a bit more safe up on the box, not going to be getting picked off by Re-Evolution so far, as Pajis just in their spawn still, trying to make this team move around quite a bit, and it is working, to be fair. Wonderland could potentially get picked off here.
Yeah, Wonderland has not shied away from these engagements, is gonna not be able to collect that kill, barely missing out on taking out Nectarines, and so it's once again a 4v5 situation for Pantheons here. And on top of that, the Neural Theft is gonna reveal that the A site is vacant, so they're just gonna go in and plant. Another great round so far from Pajis. So they even secure Heaven control. Revolution try and hold on to it, stall out the defenders, and it's a fault line to assist them as well. Toxic Tony goes down. They have to try and break through these smokes, but Coral Guru won't let them through. It's all up to Celery in the 1v5, and they're not even showing the respect for it either. They're just gonna run Celery down. It's a flawless
round MVP to Guru there. Of course, we can say
Last
Nectarine's
round
able to
for the
open it
switch.
up, getting Wonderland with a nice flick. Gotta feel if you're Wonderland there. That is such a free kill, and that is a bit of a heartbreaker. But either way, Guru with a huge fault line, able to find that stun on Heaven, and then able to find 2 of his own. Just huge picks so far for Pajis. They're up 8-3. Could make it 9 here. Of course, there is the quote-unquote curse that could potentially happen. But either way, this Pajis team is just looking really nice compared to what we're seeing in the first couple rounds. And, I mean, Re-Evolution definitely one of the ones that started it. So I wonder how this Blade Storm and Rolling Thunder will commit here as, I mean, huge ultimates for this Pajis team to start this round.
Yeah, definitely, especially that Rolling Thunder. If there is even any contention on the site, it could very well not matter because that Rolling Thunder can allow them to just barrel through any kind of setup, and it looks like that's what they're going to go for. Cool Guru pulls out the Rolling Thunder. They're going to send in the Sonar Dart to back it up as well. 3 defenders here. They could be caught by this ultimate. It's Tony who has to have a good counter utility or else these players are all going to get annihilated here. As the Rolling Thunder comes out, the Sonar Dart will also go in. It's going to ping out these players, and it's Celery left alone on the site. Can't do anything. Left to be eaten by the wolves. And now Wonderland inside of Heaven is going to try and get these kills. Does manage to get one, but Mr. Sky is harassing the CT players. So these Heaven players need to find some kind of space right now. Nectarines takes out Scorpio. Wonderland gets one more. Can you be the hero for your team as all up to Zora at 20 HP with only a Sheriff? This half is gonna fizzle out.
Just so many things go wrong for this Pantheon team. That's just so tragic. Wonderland not able to find that pick on the Mr. Sky, which does eventually lead into Re-Evolution able to pick him off, which is just a butterfly effect of bad things for this Pantheon team so far, but you can't discount how good this Pajis team is playing together. They're just doing everything so tight-knit, so well, and just Re-Evolution able to find these beautiful picks. Mr. Sky even chipping in quite a bit as well, able to collapse on this team, and I'm really impressed with what we are seeing. But now that the sides are flipped, the times are changed, everything that just happened won't technically matter if they get off to a bad start, this Pajis team. So Pantheon, they need to find a pistol win. They chose to go into this game on the deficit. So can they bring it back? They are now on defense. They might want to be a second half team. We'll find out.
Yeah, it could possibly just be really leaning really hard into this attack half, and so far it's going well. Scorpio manages to find the opening pick, and Wonderland wants to aggress up Garage here. It's just gonna slide into this Seaside Revolution. A great reaction to fall back even further, but the stuns come through and his teammate falls around him. It's all left up to him. He manages to slip through the net though. Zora stabilizes. Wonderland contributes as well, but Mr. Sky harassing the site isn't able to collect all the kills. It's a pistol round secured.
I mean, it's their second pistol round. Surely nothing happens here. Surely they'll win it this time. We'll definitely find out as, I mean, Wonderland able to find the picks. Scorpio definitely starting it off from the start. Able to find that Sova on Sova kill, which definitely just catapulted them. Able to commit onto the C site. Able to just play together, play smart. And even Zora was able to find some picks too, so maybe we'll get Zora going, maybe get their Omen to be able to get some momentum into this game to help out quite a bit, as we might see some early aggression here through Garage.
Yeah, Pantheon cannot fumble this conversion like they did in the first half. They want to set their sights towards Garage at least a little bit. Foxy Tony manages to get one kill despite being stunned up, and Scorpio's quick to respond as well. Wonderland waiting for the fade on the smoke at window, and it will happen, and he met with no vision on these defenders. Manages to spot one inside of B though, and that's going to prompt the rest of the team to converge onto the C site. Through Garage, they're going to try and hit it. It's all left up to Sing Zoom as the smoke is thrown up in their face. Won't be able to get anything. Zora continues their solid form in this second half. What on earth is that crosshair from Celery? Set up on this Garage alert. Could possibly collect a lot of these kills, but Mr. Sky is actually just going to go down on the site. So, luckily, it is the conversion here from Pantheon.
Yeah, overall, they get the round. They don't take too much damage. And I mean, again, I want to credit Scorpio here. Able to find that trade that definitely could have hurt them a bit when Kuguru got one of the kills on Tony. just able to keep finding these trades for the team to at least not have the disadvantage is definitely going a long way in these rounds. So you can definitely see it there as they finally pick up their second round. We'll definitely see how they can potentially snowball it, because we have seen the lower guns beat the bigger guns this game. And we'll have to see what Pantheon can do as they're pushing the lone defender, Mr. Sky, on A. And I mean, he'll have to defend it hard, but the team is coming over quite fast. So we'll definitely see how it transpires.
This bonus round, I'm looking a lot at Wonderland. Has the hero rifle here, and I feel like the team needs to invest in that proposition. Wonderland trying to find some space here, but gets tagged up pretty quickly, so a bit more on the back foot here, and all of Pantheon are going to choose to pull the plug. They want to leave this site. It's only Wonderland to stick around for a potential lurk play. Actually, rather, it's two players here. They're don't seem to be dead set on leaving here. They might try and sow some doubt in the heads of their opponents, but they will eventually work their way around back through their spawn.
Zora did see that trip as well, so they might try and commit to C. As I mean, even the Pajis, they did rotate out as well. They kind of took it as they were gonna leave. So as Pantheon comes back to A, there's still two players here, so we'll definitely see what does end up happening. Zora didn't destroy the trip, but it will be taken away. So I wonder how it'll all go, as this is going to be a very fast hit here for this Pantheon team.
Mr. Sky juggling the utility here, and it's going to make it really unpredictable to push into this A site. Wonderland goes down early here, and so the rest of the players are just going to explode out of Wong, but Sing Zoom getting the pings on site will collect one kill. It's a 3v4, but luckily this spike has gone down. They can try to hold on to this Scorpio with the Vandal, and actually a second Vandal as well available. Scorpio gets one, but it's quickly traded back, and it is a full collapse on the site, and Paji is able to pull off this round and escape the bonus.
Sing Zoom wasn't punished whatsoever, able to get that recon bolt out, and it just did so much damage. Able to find one, able to find another pick. Sorry, he was able to find the pick at the start on Wonderland, which was completely huge, and then able to find more picks with that recon dart and the final kill, of course, which is just huge for the team. Of course, Mr. Sky wasn't able to do too much, but I mean, I don't blame him. Just the amount of picks that the Pajis were able to find there before Pantheon could just completely collapse was just huge overall to get them that round win. So we'll definitely see how they can come back from here, as they are buying once again Tony, Lone Guardian here with light armor. Definitely won't be the best position for him, but we'll definitely see what they decide to do, as the bomb is towards Garage so far.
Yeah, this is sort of going to define the rest of the game, it feels like. If Pantheon are able to convert this rifle round, it will show that they can stand toe-to-toe with Paji in the full buy rounds. But Cool Guru takes out Wonderland early, and a smoke to support him as well. So there will be no trade here. Nectarines could be caught out on this B site, but it's actually very well managed here. No swings are coming through, and it almost feels like Pantheon are a little bit scared on this attack right now. Cool Guru is once again going to be tested inside of Garage. Zora manages to get the kill. It's brought back to an even man count. Can Sing Zoom get yet another spam kill here through the smoke? Yes, they will. So it's a 2v4 post plant. It's a lot of pressure on Zora to hold these positions. Will go down. It's a 1v4 for Tony, and there's no chance. It's 11 on the board for Paji.
Guru was just unpunished there in Garage, able to find Wonderland, which is such a bad pick to go down early in that round. And of course, we saw on the side of the screen that Re-Evolution pushed down Long, able to find one. And then, I mean, what can this Pantheon team do? They're hit from every single angle. Garage, Link, and Long, there's a player there, and Zora just couldn't do enough to defend his planner. Easy kills for Re-Evolution and the rest of the team, and now it's 11-5. We are getting into the dangerous territory for this team so far, Pantheon, so we need to see a bit more, as Re-Evolution is jiggling on C alone so far. We'll get some help from Guru in a second, as that is where the hit is going to be.
Yeah, they want to just go straight into this seaside. Revolution manages to get one, and almost a double. Manages to find it eventually. Scorpio trades back, but it's just traded by the Fury because it's falling. Toxic Tony gets one more can't get anything else. It's all left up the cellar. 1v3 on the Barrage Lurk, and can't best Mr. Sky and match point.
Crazy crosshair cannot do it. I mean, just great utilities from the team. Revolution with an not even an odd angle. The team just didn't really clear him whatsoever and able to find an easy double kill on the Zora and Wonderland, which definitely helps a lot. Just the trades just weren't enough for Scorpio, and this team is on match point, which just isn't surprising at this point with how high skill we're seeing, at least teamwork-wise, from this team so far. So we need to see more. We need to see something from this Pantheon team. They need to show us why they're here in this tournament, because it is not looking good so far, as they will throw out that smoke. That is their own team smoke, I believe, so that is a bit questionable. So I wonder what we're gonna see here, as, I mean, it is going to be an A hit. It looks like they might look to go off again. I don't know, because, I mean, Mr. Sky has so much utility as well, and they're with Sing Zoom. They're so good at holding this site.
Yeah, it's just, we're seeing right now why this is Pajis' Mac pick. They have completely shut down Pantheon here, and even the tripwire will be hit, so the location of these players is noted. Mr. Sky gets Wonderland through the smoke, and it's just feeling so helpless now. It's going to be yet another difficult retake to manage here. Scorpio gets one, and Toxic Tony manages to double up as well. This is brought to even man count before Nectarines contributes one more. Toxic Tony set up with the fault, or with the Rolling Thunder, but can't get it off quite yet. It actually manages to get it through, though. This attack, or this retake here, has been very mismanaged. It felt like it was all said and done by Paji, but they kind of fumbled the bag there, very disjointed, and so now Nectarines will fall to Celery, and we're still going.
Yeah, Revolution with the miss on the Blade Storm. Great shots from Toxic Tony. They're able to secure it, and of course Celery with a 3K on that round, and I mean, just very oddball round. Definitely did not go the way that Pajis wanted it to go, but I mean, at this point, it doesn't matter how messy it is for this Pantheon team. You win the round, you bring your chances closer to getting back in this game. They have 4 ultimates to use. Of course, we just saw Rolling Thunder, so we need to see what Pantheon can do here. They need to try and spiral this, get some confidence up. Maybe make this Pajis team a bit scared, as we did just hear an Odin from Sing Zoom in Garage, which is always a fun weapon to see. But we'll have to see how this team of Pantheon is able to do on this A site once again. It has been very messy so far. They haven't really been able to do too much. Of course, they did just win that round, but maybe we'll see some more messy fun, or maybe some more calculated good stuff from this team.
I thought it was potentially over in that last round, but Pantheon still seems to have a little bit of life left in them. They have no margin for error, though. They have to be clean on these rounds, and Wonderland manages to get one. It's on to Nectarine, so can come back, but Guru not able to provide the coverage for his teammates. He'll go down as well, and Wonderland could be the difference maker here. With this overdrive, has secured enough of the site for this plant to go down, and Mr. Sky is looking to try and just drop out of heaven here. Has a cage to work with, so as that's popped, surely just gonna drop, and yes, it'll be on top of the box. Mr. Sky manages to get one, loses his teammate behind him though, and he's caught in a nano swarm, can't do anything. It's all left up to Sing Zoom with an Odin in the 1v2, caught in a nano swarm and closed out by Toxic Tony. It is still some life in Pantheons.
It doesn't matter how messy it is, Toxic Tony and Celery will close out another round for this team. And another round that definitely could have looked to the favor of this Pajis team. You maybe could have thought that Nectarine might have used the Not Dead Yet. Definitely a very positive position to potentially use it, but either way, Wonderland opening that round up for 2 kills does eventually go down, but Toxic Tony and Celery just playing together, playing smart, and they do eventually close it out once again. And now there's a very, very bad buy now for this Pajis team. They're a bit questionable. 2 Guardians, a Spectre, definitely not something you want.
It's been a while since we saw a Thrifty. Surely it doesn't strike at the worst possible time, and as I say that, it's starting to get a little bit questionable. Toxic Tony has been a safe pair of hands these last few rounds. He manages to trade one of these kills back. He's going to commit the Rolling Thunder into mid, and it's not going to find anybody. This C site is vacant, and it's just going to be taken here. The defenders have squandered a potential opportunity here. as they've given up the Rolling Thunder for the retake, and they've lost a site as well. Now, there's a foothold for these attackers, and that lockdown is just going to eat away at this time. Toxic Tony has to stand strong inside of Cubby here. He's got 3 players to contest with, and not a lot of support either. It's going to be Wonderland holding the long angle, trying to protect his teammate, and he'll do just that. Not dead yet popped, but Toxic Tony has closed out yet another round. Celery in the smoke will collect the final kill as well, and Pantheon is just going to keep this comeback going.
Huge picks on Wonderland. They're very risky, by the way, but huge picks for them. And of course, Tony popping out. It's always Celery and Tony the last 3 rounds, just both of them playing together, playing smart at the very end. And I mean, that at the start, that might have looked good for the Pajis, but like you said before, they use the Rolling Thunder, so they can't really retake with it anymore. Celery has that lockdown, so it's just huge for the site to stop them from going in. And overall, they had 3 players flanking, where Wonderland just had the freest time there, especially with Celery and Tony just taking up their respective positions. Huge. For Pantheon, they got 3 in a row. They have some space here. The ultimates are still in their favor. They do have this Hunter's Fury, which can be so good, especially when they're trying to retake. So I wonder how they do decide to use it, as it's only Mr. Sky left on A. We do see some early rotates from Sing Zoom and Nectarine, so I wonder how it'll all transpire here.
Yeah, they've managed to pick the right site at least early in the round, but a little bit of sluggishness could cause them. But they managed to get through onto this site with very little contention. Mr. Sky not able to find the spam through heaven, even takes a little bit of damage in return. Toxic Tony gets that plant down. It's a 5v5 retake, but there's no ultimates available here for the side of Paji. It has to be the gunfights to come through. There's even a few ultimates to potentially hold on here for Pantheon. Celery goes down early. That dynamic duo who has held on to so many of these rounds is cut in half. It's only Toxic Tony who's been able to close these out. That's left. Nectarines is gonna just push through and collect 2 more kills. It's all left up to Scorpio. Hunter's Fury pop is gonna get them off the defuse, but it's been halved. There's no way he can get there in time, and this comeback will fall short. It is an 8-13 victory for Paji on Haven.
They tried all they could, but that flank, just absolute dagger in the heart if you're a Pantheon fan, where they just got so split up, and then they got forced to play short because they're so scared of that long flank. Even though Revolution went down, it was just a spiraling out of control mess that unfortunately happened for the Pantheon team, and they will take all the advantages they can get. Nectarine finding a whole bunch of kills at the end of the day, and just huge rounds for this Pajis team. Will put them up 1-0, heading onto their map of Bind next, onto Pantheon's map pick next of Bind. So that's going to be a really scary time for them.
Yeah, Pantheon managed to wake up and show some life at the tail end of that map, so perhaps they could put up a bit of a better fight in the early rounds of Bind. As for now, we're going to throw it to a quick 5-minute break as we get ready for that.
never thought I'd feel like this. I never thought I'd feel like this. Ooh, never thought I could be. Never thought I'd be on my shit, be on my. I'm spending my time in love like I should. No more struggling for my blood. I never thought I'd feel like this. Feel like
We are back with this matchup of Pantheon versus Paji. Now moving to Pantheon's map pick of Bind. They're going to look to bounce back after a heartbreaking loss on Haven. The glimmer of hope on the comeback, but not able to close it out. So now we're going to look to Bind to see if they're able to contest this Paji team.
I mean, they did have a lot of good moments, but just the comeback that they're doing, it just felt kind of messy in a way. Like Celery and Toxic Tony just had to do so much in the end of these rounds that it didn't feel good, at least from a viewing perspective of their comeback, because they just needed to do a lot more. They needed the team to just play together more, and I just felt like there wasn't enough teamwork going on. It felt like a lot of pickoffs were happening. Scorpio just kept having to try and trade with these players that just kept falling down short. So I want to see a lot more from this Pantheon roster. As I mean, on the other side, Pajis just looked so unstoppable. Just a huge game from Rivolution there, just playing really good on that jet, and will now be playing on the brim. So I wonder how that transition will go as we head on to Bind.
Yeah, I mean, starting on the attacking side here, they at least have the luxury of being able to keep it going on the same side, map to map, which means they're already sort of in the groove for attacking and got a little bit of momentum going for them as they did start to stack up the rounds, but unfortunately it was too little too late. It only took one mistake for them to lose it out, as they were staring down the barrel of match point for that entire comeback. Now they've got a little bit more to work with. It's their map pick, so hopefully they've got something up their sleeve, maybe a little bit more proficiency here for them, as they're going to send out an early fault line. It's Rivolution who was looking to be the first contact, but it's actually Guru to manage to pick up one. The Vipers taken off the board for the attackers. Wonderland, a bit of whiffs here from the classic. Toxic Tony manages to trade it back, but Nectarines is right there to respond. It's only 2 players left, and the spike, I believe, was no, okay, it's not quite lost inside of the teleporter, so there is still potential for this round, but it's looking so hard to convert here as they're just trying to re-aggress up short here. Does Scorpio clear this close angle? The smoke is thrown up, and now the spike will be lost inside of the teleporter. Cool Guru has all but secured this round. They're just gonna pop inside of this teleporter. This is absolutely unwinnable for Celery. Might get this kill onto Mr. Sky, but walking into this crossfire inside of the TP is gonna be certain death.
left.
There is no way to recover this.
Unless your mouse sensitivity is 5,000, able to spin around, somehow get a double right-click headshot, this round is absolutely unwinnable here for Celery. I mean, a smoke gonna try to do something, but with no time remaining, it is nothing that they can do as a huge round here for this team. And you gotta think at the start of this round, they try peek out again, and Guru able to find that opening pick, just starts it off, and then Rivolution just misses, going back and forth between him and Wonderland, but Rivolution will pick up the win in that duel, which eventually just all transpires to a round win for this team of Pajis, and it's 1-0. We haven't seen them actually win a pistol yet, so we'll definitely have to know what happens here with this Wonderland. They're trying to play against guns. We did see it go poorly for this Pantheon team last game, but can the Pajis actually secure it this time around, as it's a default position here? Everyone going to different sides. Can Singzoom find this?
Yeah, this Outlaw and the Marshal are going to have the potential to farm up this round, as there's no armor on any of these players. It's actually going to be the Spectre to chew through these players, dropping out of Hookah. That Outlaw will collect the kill in long, and it will not be the curse coming through once again, it seems. Unless
I
something
believe in
absolutely
Celery and
tragic
Zora.
happens.
I think they could potentially do it. There's never say never, even though this judge is about to find everyone. Yeah, this round's over. I do want to point out that was really nice from Mr. Sky there, and with the setup with Singzoom, they were just able to play off each other. Singzoom knew they had protection in the back, so didn't really have to check it, and Mr. Sky able to find the double pick. And of course, the unfortunate whiffs from Toxic Tony will also make him fall. So it's all left to Celery with a classic, with the crosshair that is a bit special, and Revolution will just easily not pick up this kill. Never mind.
Yeah, Revolution goes down, so it's not quite the flawless here, but it will be 4 alive going into round 3 here. For the side of Paji, they are looking to keep some solid momentum going from map 1, and honestly, a lot of the confidence I feel for the side of a Pantheon is going to be determined by this bonus. If they lose a lot of players to this, it feels like it's going to be really hard for them to have the confidence to take the gunfights versus the side of Paji.
Yeah, I definitely need to see some more confidence from Pantheon team in general. I need to see more teamwork, because it does feel like these one-off picks that always go bad just need to stop happening. You need to stop going down early in these rounds, as, I mean, Revolution is just so confident right now, trying to find it, and Wonderland gets picked off again.
Yeah, Wonderland has not been able to get it going inside of this map. 0-3 right now, which is a far cry from how we saw them start out on Haven. They were absolutely pedal to the metal, and, well, they've continued to have that style, but just to lesser effect. Revolution is going to be set up with this Sheriff. Can't collect any of these kills as they all go into the teleporter. So now it's going to be most likely a B hit here. Sing Zoom falls back. What a shot! The collateral with the Outlaw is going to completely shut down this round for the side of Pantheon. They have been completely outclassed.
Sings him with that crazy shot. Can't find the other. Scorpio will find it, but still, this round is so hard.
I mean, loses almost all of their HP. Scorpio will surely be traded back in just a matter of seconds, and this round feels unwinnable, and it's all thanks to a single bullet from an Outlaw.
And now it's Guru left on A. Will be in a 1v2, and I believe in Guru at this point has found so much success so far.
And just a perfect position as well. Cool Guru drops the spike carrier and even is able to just swing out for free on Scorpio. It is once again 4 alive, and Sing Zoom is the person who will be singing the praises up for that bonus conversion.
Of course, we can talk about Sing Zoom there as well, but what about Guru? Able to find another first blood. I believe that is his second of the game so far, and I mean, able to find these opening picks, like we mentioned earlier, where this Pantheon team just keep getting picked off, and it's giving this Pajis team such a huge advantage. And once again, Guru with a 3K on the round, playing so well, and of course that beautiful shot, like you mentioned before, with Sing Zoom. Just not what you need so far for Pantheon. They get forced back onto an eco, and the money for this Pajis team is looking really nice, as it does look like it's another B hit. And Sing Zoom and Mr. Sky so far has been really strong on this. So Wonderland, we need to see some magic out of you to help your team be able to get back into this game.
Yeah, but with the Stinger on these long-range fights, it feels pretty much impossible. Wonderland will go down without any value, and it just looks so desperate here from the side of Pantheon, spamming through smokes with the Sheriff, trying to get anything going. Celery, once again, has changed up the crosshair into something interesting. It does not feel like there's any way into this right now, as Paji is just going to continue to collect these kills. It's Mr. Sky to get a multi-kill on this round, 3 to secure it, and the economy is going to be getting absolutely out of control here.
Yeah, and you just see the panic happening there too. Celery accidentally paranoias Scorpio, so he falls, just can't see. So it just, a lot of just tilt, I guess you could say at this point from this team. It does feel like there's a lot of tilt, like you said, Celery. Change up the crosshair to something even more, well, not even more questionable. It's just questionable in general. We saw Wonderland at the start of the round just kind of running it down, trying to take long-range shots at Sing Zoom for some reason. Sing Zoom has the advantage there every step of the way with the Vandal, and of course gets taken out. Just this Pantheon team so far is just mentally falling. They need to find some hope in this game. They need to find some sort of prayer to propel themselves back into it, as I mean, this team just keeps not able to find any success, as Guru and Zora might be finding some early altercations as the bomb is so far towards B. It is down, so they're trying to find some sort of pick, some sort of hope in this round, as, I mean, that shorty from Zora is not going to find much, as Guru's playing smart, at least for the moment. And these one-on-ones is definitely going to decide the round, because that is what it looks like Pantheon's game plan is, but as we've seen so far, teamwork makes the dream work, and I am seeing none of it so far for this Pantheon team.
Yeah, it's starting to feel like a blowout. Perhaps this could be the bump that Wonderland needs to start to wake up in this matchup. Finally manages to best this U-Haul player and secure the space for their team. Trying to press forward, but Cool Guru has their eyes on this. Does spot out the player here. Wonderland is confirmed to be in a forward position and dinked up by the Phantom, so they're going to want to try and flush them out. That's just the teleport hit. It's going to come down to a B site execute, and it has been evacuated here, and Zora even manages to collect one as well on the other side of the map here. This could be the opening round here for Pantheons if they can convert this post plant. However, Mr. Sky is looking to tack on another 3K, has collected 2 and pops the Thrash as well. Is going to secure so much information here. Is going to secure the detain on Celery. Sing Zoom pushes through, gets both the kills, and it's all left up to Zora to try and close this out. 1v2, Snakebite on the spike and can't do it. Sing Zoom closes out the round, and this is yet another conversion here for the side of Paji. It feels like everything is going their way.
It looked so unlosable for just a moment. We saw on the other side of the map, Zora actually picked up Guru right when he turned away, so it was a 5 versus 3. And then just Mr. Sky in elbow, able to find the double kill into a Thrash on Celery. And then Sing Zoom actually pushes sight just before Zora gets to Hookah. So Sing Zoom actually gets the double kill. Even though one was detained, he's able to find the pick and then able to kill the person detained. And then it was all left to Zora. Can't do enough. Gets pushed by Sing Zoom. And I mean, Mr. Sky and Sing Zoom, just perfect synergy there. Just perfect team play. Where I thought I might have to bite my words there, saying that teamwork makes the dream work, as they might have lost the round. But no, they just play together. They play smart. And not enough for that enemy Viper to do. So 5-0 for this Pajis team. And we are looking at a blowout so far, as they're forced onto a weird bye here. And I mean, we'll see what they do decide to end up on doing, but this Pajis team is just looking unstoppable.
That's an extremely concerning round for Pantheon to lose as well. They had the man advantage, spike down, everything was going their way, and they just kind of fumbled the bag. I mean, it was pretty much just 2 players that were pulling off of that retake. It was almost all Sing Zoom and Mr. Sky who have kept that B on the lockdown, and even in the retakes, they are proving to be capable players as well. As once again, it's going to be an eco here for the side of Pantheon. They need to start converting some rounds here, else they are going to have no chance here on their own map pick as well. They're trying to set their sights on a site, but Scorpio can't get the opener, and Revolution takes out Wonderland. That planet is going to start going down, and it is 2 kills. Scorpio and Zora managed to get 1 apiece. Nectarine seems to be known towards the shower position. He's just going to throw out this owl drone to secure the information. Sing Zoom is trying to get the kill and manages to get it on Zora. So man count is evened up here, and it could start to spiral once again. Toxic Tony inside of U-Haul with this stinger. The Wingman is thrown out onto the spike. That Rolling Thunder is going to be sent. Wingman is taken down. It has to be the players to try and get onto that spike, and that time is getting low. Celery takes out Sing Zoom, and Toxic Tony is just pushing up with that Singer. Can't find anything, but the time is out. Mr. Sky can't pull this off, and finally, on a thrifty, we see Pantheon be able to pick up their first.
That is what they needed right there, as it was looking so doomed, as Wonderland went down early once again, but the rest of the team able to pick it back up, able to find the picks, and just completely took the site, as, I mean, Guru and Revolution just weren't able to do enough, as so much site pressure was put on them. They weren't able to cover all the angles, and of course, eventually everyone else did go down. Nectarines couldn't do too much from that shower position. So good overall from Pantheon. Maybe we'll see some sort of progression here from this team, as I mean they're going to be spotted out from this, so they know it's another A hit.
Yeah, but Nectarine's not able to land that shock dart, so they are able to secure the space, but they have to get through Revolution and U-Haul. And he stands strong for a triple kill. Not able to get the fourth, but has caused so much damage to the attackers here as that plant is going down. It's Cool Guru flanking around and will possibly be able to collect multiple here. Toxic Tony is aware of it and brings it back to an even man count. It's none other than Sing Zoom and Mr. Sky to try and pull off this retake, and Zoom goes down. It's all up to Mr. Sky once again. 1v2 and spotted inside of U-Haul. Zora has been so proactive here, and it is paying its weight in gold. As Zora collects 4 kills, Pantheon are back into this match.
Yeah, and I mean, Zora showing the best round we've seen so far in this series and able to show us what they can actually do gunplay-wise, and huge for them overall, as, I mean, we are seeing some Pajis having some difficulties on this A site now. It looks like they're not going to be changing it whatsoever, but we have seen some unfortunate things, and that round really all started with Revolution with a huge 3K to open it up. But like I said last round as well, they were just able to find the picks that went in their favor. Just some sloppy play from Pajis just definitely helps out this Pantheon team, as B hit is finally there going back to. It has not worked so far, but Wonderland will get some positive damage off at the start of this round.
Yeah, they want to switch it up. They want to set their sights on to B. Sing Zoom and Mr. Sky have had it on a lockdown for this entire half. And now we're going to see if this reinvigorated Pantheon can manage to pull off a round on the site that has eluded them. The Hunter's Fury comes in, but everybody is falling. It's an absolute storm of utility and gunfights as Zora manages to recover the spike, but with only 10 HP, Toxic Tony has to go huge here and is brought down to only 17. No shot in this round. Will collect a kill, but Nectarines trades it back, and it's right back to winning ways for the side of Paji.
I mean, Pajis need 3 ultimates in order to do that, but I mean, I think we'll take the round all the way to maybe stop a bit of the bleeding, as it does force this Pantheon team to actually go back onto an eco once again, or just a weird buy. They might be looking for the weird buy. They do have 3 guns. Either way, a lot of ultimates used there for this Pajis team. 3 available for Pantheon here. Maybe we'll be able to get a really nice site retake if they use them correctly, as it does look like this Pantheon team is going to force. So we need to see some good teamwork here. We need to see a lot, because we know this Pajis team can punish quite a bit.
Yeah, I feel like you just have to double down on the A side at this point if you're Pantheon. Clearly B is too much to break through, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They want to break through into U-Haul once again. It's Wonderland going up with a classic. It's basically just a human drone, but it's working well. They've gotten a lot of space here. A double kill from Revolution, but it's all that she wrote for him as he goes down. It's a 3v3 post plant. Cool Guru on a flank that didn't work out last time. Sing Zoom, though, gets Zora inside of the Viper's pit, and Cool Guru manages to get Celery as well with the paint shells. It's all left up to Tony and U-Haul. Mr. Sky flushes that out. It's 7 here for the side of Paji. They're right back to where they were before.
Man, we are just not seeing enough out of Wonderland here for the entry. Just not able to find much of anything. Able to just get picked off again. But you can't really, like, this Pajis team just playing so well together. I know I've said it so much, but just these rounds are just going so well for them. We saw Revolution able to get the double with the orbital strike included, and then Sing Zoom with a very aggressive angle out of heaven that I don't think Pantheon was expecting whatsoever, actually able to find a pick to make it 3-2. And then that flank from Guru that we've seen a couple times now through showers, just able to find a lot of dividends, force the people into hookah, or not in the hookah, in the lamps, and another good round as Wonderland playing aggressive with the shorty.
I wanted to get a lot of aggression here, but it's not going to reward them, as U-Haul, or rather Showers, is going to cost a lot of utility to clear out. It is Scorpio to get a kill on the Revolution, who has been a huge part of the success here on the A site for Paji, and Cool Guru also goes down to Wonderland. Nectarine's tucked into this smoke. What do you have for us? As you manage to elude these players, Mr. Sky gets one, and Nectarine's activates from you all as well, but only able to get one, and Mr. Sky is left in a 1v3 with only 50 HP. Toxic Tony will collect it, and this half is remaining in contention.
I mean, another thrifty, like, we've seen some sloppiness from Pajis now, maybe being a bit overconfident, I'm not sure, but I mean, I do like the play we're starting to see from Pantheon. We're seeing glimpses of what we saw early in last game and late in last game as well, so I wonder what else we can potentially see here, as, I mean, Pantheon, they can definitely make this a 7-5. If they do, it definitely is very winnable for them, as they are heading to defense, where, at least in my opinion, I like defense on this map specifically. I just feel very confident on it, so I wonder if they do as well, even though they, yeah. And we'll definitely see how they do decide to do this, as they are attacking B. It hasn't worked so far, but, you know, we'll see, as Sing Zoom going to be pressured here.
Yes, B site angers have been so strong, and Sing Zoom is going to keep that going. Wonderland once again goes down early here. So all of a sudden, it's all comes down to this garden execute for the rest of the attackers. They will secure the site, but they want to get elbow control as well, as it's been a real thorn in their side when the retake is coming out. Mr. Sky set up to try and collect these kills, but Toxic Tony doubles up and could potentially secure another round here for Pantheon. Brings it to a 3v3 and just falls back. All up to Scorpio on the site, and they will perform a double kill coming out of main, and Nectarines in another 1vx, and this one feels just as unwinnable as the previous, because they're spotted out by the haunt, stunned up by the fault line, and Scorpio will get the 3k.
That is a huge round there for Pantheon to be able to go to next, because that's an down for Guru. They have not much money to work with. Only Mr. Sky can actually buy a rifle here. So that definitely helps out this Pantheon team so much to potentially make it 7-5. Of course, we can't count our chickens just yet, but I mean, good round overall, and you guys think that Scorpio kind of saved it at the end of the day, able to find that off angle that no one really expects you to do, especially that late into the round. So huge from him to able to find the ending picks, and has the Nightfall available for this round too, so we need to see what this Pantheon can do to end off this half in a positive light.
Feels like the longer these maps are going on, the better Pantheon is getting. We saw them finally start to get their footing on Haven, and now in the later portions of this half, they've found their footing as well. But once again, it's not really been much to the credit of Wonderland, who has struggled time and time again with these entries. Their head will be removed by an outlaw, so once again, his team will have to play in a 4v5 execute. They have a massive weapon advantage though, so hopefully that will be enough to carry them through if you're rooting for this team. That plant will go down. It's going to come down to the utility available for the defenders to try and break through these rifles, but they can't stand strong enough for Celery. A double kill from on top of the box, and Sing Zoom now has to step up. Will do just that. It's a double with the outlaw, and it's a 1v1. Zora versus Revolution. The controllers are facing off right now, and Zora dancing around the smoke will secure it. It is a 7-5 half as Pantheon gets stronger and stronger.
Huge there. It's 7-5. They come in with some confidence, and Revolution just kind of dies to using the stim beak and wanted to maybe get the extra rate of fire, but Zora peaks at the beautiful time, able to go 11-9 in that half for such a sad half. Zora's had quite a good game, to be honest. Like, compared to last game, just has been able to find quite a bit of picks, able to find some confidence, and now going to the defensive half where he's actually favored. I'm definitely interested to see what he's able to do here, as, I mean, the defense last time, of course, that we saw just wasn't cutting it from Pantheon, so I really hope that on their map, we can see some fun stuff happening, as it does look like they're going for some pretty default positions that we see from normal teams. As, I mean, we'll definitely find out, as, I mean, it's going to be a B hit so far for this Pajis team that are going through hookah with the bum.
The dangerous prospect for Paji here is the fact that if Wonderland starts to wake up, it's gonna be really hard for them to be able to start winning these rounds, as they've struggled enough with basically Wonderland being a non-factor in that first half. It pretty much came down to an even half considering the side advantage. So now Paji trying to abuse this B site like Pantheon did to them. They managed to get the opening kill and that plant down. So Scorpio inside of Elbow is going to have to contest with multiple players. He's going to spot the gun barrel though. Could get this kill, and Wonderland is beginning to wake up. A double on the round. Traded back, but it's allowed space for Celery to move up. Revolution gets a double. Has to stand strong for more, but goes down, and it's Scorpio to close out the round from Elbow. The pistol is all Pantheons.
Wonderland able to find the double pick to get open the site, able to move around these Pajis players, and it just completely screwed them, as then Scorpio able to find the double at the end. Huge round for Pantheon to get back into this game. If they can win this force here, we are back into the game. I mean, Pantheon, they're on a roll. They've won 4 in a row technically, so we need to see what they can do here as the Pajis. Maybe they're trying to get off balance here. It's not looking good because, I mean, this team of Pantheon has won 6 of the last 8 rounds, so we need to see what this Pajis came to do to get back into it. Sorry for my fumbling. And we'll see what they can do here, as it's going to be a beat kick once again. And of course, they don't have the guns to really do it.
Speaking of fumbles, we could see that curse rear its head if Pantheon fumble this conversion round. It'll be a very dire situation for them, as they'll completely bottom out their economy and force them into a situation where they just pretty much have to surrender double digits to their opponents unless they're able to pull some shenanigans of their own. Wonderland is trying to hold on to the A site, has a little bit of support from Toxic Tony, but like I said, if Wonderland is able to wake up in this second half, that could be the secret for the Pantheon comeback once again. Gonna peek into Showers and loses their life to Sing Zoom. That pistol round is only success that Wonderland will find so far. As Toxic Tony is left alone to fend off these players, and Cool Guru gets another. Scorpio trying to wrestle it back and gets 1 kill, but as they're pressured from multiple sides, wants to retake U-Haul here. Celery manages to get 1, but the trades are going back and forth right now, and that's not good news for Pantheon, as they managed to get Mr. Sky. All left up for a 1v2 for Sing Zoom, and with low HP, this should be the conversion for Pantheon. They get off the defuse. It's been taken to half, and Zora closes it out. Tragedy has been avoided for Pantheon.
It was looking scary, a 3v5, but the trades coming back with Zora and Scorpio, able to find the round ultimately. They do take a lot more damage than they definitely wanted to, but positive overall. They tie up the game from something it wasn't really looking like. This looked like it could be a very one-sided map, but they've definitely pulled it back. They have a confidence. They have all the momentum heading forward here, as we're going to see a gun round for this Pajis team where they are faulting now. We see Sing Zoom doing so well, but the rest of the team needs to step it up. Mainly Guru and Nectarine. We need to see just a bit more, especially from Guru and Revolution, sorry. We saw them play so well on the other map. I want to see some more better plays, sorry, as Sing Zoom finds Wonderland, and once again, it's a 4v5 for Pantheon.
And with Pantheon's second round being so sketchy as well, it's going to make this bonus even harder to convert, as they don't have great weaponry to work with here. They pretty much just reinvested into pistols for the players that died. They want to have their rifles out on the third round of the half, but that means that they are susceptible to just being abused, and that's what's going to happen here on the B site. Cool Guru breaks through defenses, and the site is secured. The plant is down, which means the clock is ticking against Pantheons. They're going to send in the utility, try and get the information, but they're not ready for the double stack inside of Halls. As Revolution, you said you wanted him to step up, and he's doing exactly that. Double kill through the smoke, and he'll make it a triple to close out the round. It is a flawless here for the side of Paji, rather.
Yeah, these Pajis just they're able to find a round. It's pretty clean. They didn't really lose much, which is really good. And I mean, Wonderland right now, like, I don't want to I know we've been harping on him a lot, but like, he's inventing a new type of inting. Like, this is beyond level of D blue inting right now, and I need
Oh
to
my
see.
god. Drive
I
by
need
on
to see
D-Blue.
some more. I need to see some more from this guy because it's just we saw he was doing so well on that Haven map, and we just haven't seen the same player since. So I want to see what else the rest of the team can do to maybe carry him into the third map because the Pantheon team really need to step it up here, just in general as a team as a whole. So I want to know what's going to happen as the Pajis looked like they want to go B again. They're playing very slow. This worked out actually a lot, like really good for them on bind. They played super slow, able to just confuse the enemy, and Singzoom gonna be with Toxic Tony early in this round.
Tony under a lot of pressure here, throws out the flash and is able to secure the kill against Singzoom. So man advantage is secured here for the side of Pantheon, and Wonderland manages to double up or get another as well rather. So they are going to have a 2-player advantage here, which means they can just comfortably play these trades as long as they don't overextend. They confirm more players towards the short side, and that boom bot will just keep them pinned there for another second longer. As that smoke goes out, Paji is going to try and fight through it, and Toxic Tony with a bit of an overextension there. Feels like they should have just been playing these passive positions, but instead they're deciding to try and play it aggressive. Wonderland, though, is going to thrive in that aggression. Manages to get yet another kill, and Scorpio is there to close it out. It is 8-8, and we are seeing this Pantheon team be able to keep it even.
Yeah, and I mean, the buy, once again, is going to be tied here, so I wonder how it'll all transpire. There's a orbital strike for Revolution, and there's a Nightfall for Scorpio, so definitely two very impactful ultimates for this round. But last round, you gotta think, if Singzoom just fell so early on, was not able to find anything really, because it just falls to Toxic Tony. Your top fragger just dies at the start of the round. Definitely is not an inspiring thing, as, I mean, it's tied once again. We'll see what this team wants to do, as the Pajis want to go back to A. There are 3 players playing towards there, and it does look like Zora also wants to potentially fast go as well, so this could be a very scary trap, as, I mean, Pantheon just going back and forth at this point. This site is completely given up, actually.
Yeah, Toxic Tony has decided to not play U-Haul here, and instead is looking to tuck in at the boxes. Doesn't want to give away his position, and that is the correct decision, as Guru doesn't even consider that option. Toxic Tony with a double, and Celery with a double of their own. He's going to leave it all down to Nectarines to try and collect, and Wonderland rather will not let that happen. It's a flawless round here for Pantheons, as they are surging with life right now.
That was such a good trap too, like, just Toxic Tony able to just hide away, opted not to use the utility to give away his position, and it worked out so beautifully, as of course you saw the Nightfall come out from Scorpio to help even further, to get more kills, to get them low, not able for them to hear, and just not paying attention. Guru just not able to find these, as they try and take these aggressive angles, and it's not working as much as anymore. They're getting caught, they're getting traded out. Huge rounds for Pantheon, especially on their map. We're showing why they like their defensive side. They weren't able to pick it, obviously, because of Paji's site pick. So I'm really impressed so far, as it does look like they want to potentially go back to A. As, I mean, they're back onto an eco. This is definitely a huge round for this Pantheon team, as they could make it a 2-round lead.
Pajis quite spread out here. They want to try and find some kind of hole in the sense with this eco. So far, it has not shown itself, as just been set up well. They're playing these angles passive. They don't want to over-aggress, and definitely feels like the right decision here, as they do have quite a bit of advantages in this round. However, the ultimates do lean towards Pajis, so if a side is lost, it could lead to a very sketchy retake here, and it looks like A is going to be completely forfeited here, unless they're going to try and burst in while the plant is going down. The Aftershock won't deny it. Wingman gets that plant down. Scorpio gets one, but as the showstopper is popped, it's going to stall out the time, and Cool Guru is just going to go towards Tetris. Multiple players stacking up here, but Tony gets a double, and so now it's just going to be a flood in from the defenders, as they're going to overwhelm these attackers trying to hold the post plant. It's all up to Singzoom in the Viper's Pit. Manages to get a double though, but not able to best Toxic Tony. A little bit of hope for a second on the eco, but Pantheon are just gonna be able to convert it.
So much use there from this Pajis team. It kind of feels like it's a panic at this point. You got the Showstopper, the Viper's Pit. A lot of util use that you kind of want for these other rounds. They just kind of gave it up, and Tony, able to find that double kill, just completely stops any momentum they might have had into that round. And huge overall for Pajis, as they are starting to look dire here. The Pantheon team has been so good in this last couple rounds, or just last almost 8 in general. They're just looking so strong, and we need to see more from Pajis here as they're falling down. Nectarines and Cool Guru just aren't able to find as much value as before. And I mean, it's going to be a B hit here. We'll see what they can do. But right now, this map is definitely leaning into Pantheon's favor at the current moment.
With how well their defense has looked, it seems to be a map 3 on the horizons. Pantheon want to bring this to Lotus, but don't quite count Pajis out of it yet. It feels like at any moment they could wake up. They've still kept the rounds themselves fairly competitive despite the streak from Pantheon lately. It could still go either way. The scoreline is close, and with the Thrash going out, it's going to secure this B site, which can be so hard to retake, but with a Rolling Thunder, that's going to make it a lot easier. It's going to be Scorpio to get the first kill, and Zora even managing to get one as well. The utility is beautiful here from Pantheon. It goes perfectly, and it's all left up to Sing Zoom in a 1v5. Spike's not even down, and there's so much to contest with here as they're all just sitting inside of the tube here. There is no hope, it feels like, for Sing Zoom, as they're all it's just a bit of a party on this fight here.
I mean, these rounds are going so well for Pantheon at this point. A flawless for them, and I mean, Scorpio with a 3K. 21, 12, and 9, showing amazing performance that we saw glimpses of on Haven, because wasn't getting enough support. And now that we're seeing the support, you can really see why this is Pantheon's map so far. They're just so good at rebounding at the moment. We almost saw a huge rebound last map as well, so this second half team is showing really well, as I mean, Pajis just can't find anything. All their utility is gone to waste. Some ultimates about to come up for Pantheon. You gotta think that this is their map to lose at this point, as an operator will come out for Wonderland here.
And it's going to be at least early success for it, and that's going to help the confidence of Wonderland for sure. As they take out one player, they swap back to the Vandal. They want to be a little bit more aggressive on this site hold. Celery instead is going to be using the op from heaven, just sending out shots and not able to find their mark. It's Sing Zoom and Toxic Tony to exchange blows against each other's teams. And still just going to be the man advantage here for Pantheon. Like you said, it feels like their map to lose at this point, as the utility is so perfect from Toxic Tony. Collects a double kill, and it's all left up to Nectarines in a 1v4. No Spike down, only a Guardian, and so many players hurling towards them. Can't even get a single kill. It's match point.
Huge again from this team. Toxic Tony playing so much better than what we saw before. 17, 12, and 11 now. Finds a beautiful double flash, just completely halt anything Pajis want to do. And I mean, this map is essentially theirs now, as I mean, the money is not looking good. Some Bulldogs will be put in Ares. We'll switch to Guardian, some Vandals. We need to see some heroics from Sing Zoom, as the rest of the team isn't able to find what you saw last map. Rivolution, unfortunately, just doesn't have the impact that you have on that Jet with the Brimstone. So we'll definitely see what happens. That was huge early aggression here.
Wonderland once again with the op here is going to be supported by Zora, and that is going to go well for Pantheon here as they secure yet another man advantage. Cool Guru trying to get that Vandal, but the arms are just a little bit too short, and with that Owl Drone going out, it's going to confirm that the op is still present on the long. So they're going to just start to reevaluate their options. But look at the aggression here from Toxic Tony. Has secured such a forward position inside of A main here. there. So it has to be a B commitment, it feels like, from the attackers, as Revolution sets up to be the first contact out of long, is gonna just wait out that Prowler, but that means that time will be stalled for the Viper wall to go up once more. This is feeling nigh impossible unless some miraculous gunfights show up here for the side of Pajis.
And Wonderland picked up a rifle too that was on site, so won't need to have the disadvantage with the op. They just have a gun for this take.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, as that take starts to come through, it's going to be once again the utility set up for a retake here. They're just going to burst out into the site, and it's going to go their way once more. As all the players of Pajis fall, it is Pantheon to secure a third map here. We're going to Lotus.
I mean, that is one of the best comebacks I've seen in quite a while. It looks so dire for them. It looked so bad as it was 7-2. It looked like all Pajis had to do was just close the door, but there's a foot in it, and it just didn't go their way as round after round. This Pantheon team has looked better. Scorpio looks so good there, and you can't discount the rest of the team. They did pick it up. Wonderland had a good second half, and that is what you want from that team, and I'm excited for this Lotus map 3.
Yeah, I think that Pantheon is also excited for Lotus as they get another chance here to stay alive in this matchup, and they're looking really good going into it. It's going to be a 5-minute break as we get ready for the final map of this series. We are back with map 3. It's going to take all of these maps to determine a winner between these two teams. Pajis versus Pantheon has panned out significantly better than I think we first thought leading from map 1 into map 2. It felt like Pajis had full control of it, but Pantheon is, or Pantheon rather, is not quite ready to roll over yet.
I mean, they have all the motivation heading into this one too. Apologies, they need to come back. They need to show what they were doing early in that last map and on map 1, because both of them did end up 13-8. So I wonder if this one will as well. As we go back to some more switching of roles on this Pantheon team. Salary going to the Sentinel. Tony finally going off of this breach and going on to the Omen. So a lot of switching around that I'm seeing from this team, and of course we're seeing a Clove from Nectarines on Paji, which is going to be a very fun pick into this map.
Yeah, I mean, second Clove, I believe, that we've seen from Pajis. I believe it was them bringing it out on Bind as well, or rather Haven as well. So they seem to like the character. I'm all for it because, like I said, I love getting to see these controllers really stretch their wings and have an aggressive play style and not really have to worry too much about it.
Yeah, Revolution still on this initiator. Didn't show the best performance, putting it like kind of there. I would have liked to see a bit more from Revolution from what we saw on map 1, but we'll definitely see how the initiator goes this time around, as it's a C hit for this Pantheon team, and there's only one player, Mr. Sky, there.
In past matches, we've seen this C site get absolutely abused. So Mr. Sky is going to be a big question mark for us in this matchup, whether or not they're able to stave off this aggression. So far, they've just decided to forfeit the site. They want to play for the retake here, as Pajis is going to secure the early man advantage. Revolution takes out Scorpio, who was a big part of the success for Pantheon, and they're just gonna fall over on the site immediately. It feels like a great start here for Pajis.
Their second pistol win of this series does go their way, and just I liked what Guru did there. Just played so much, just made so much attention on him over at the rotating door. Just really hurt what this team of Pantheon actually wanted to do there on the C site, and they just kind of got funneled into a matchup they really didn't want to happen, and it just overall went the way of this Pajis team. Which, I mean, we've seen some really good pistol runs from them, and now we'll have to see what they do again. They went 5-0 last time to win a pistol, but then threw it away. We'll definitely see how it goes on this Lotus map, where they could potentially get cursed.
Yeah, it definitely feels like for Paji, they have to have a strong enough start that Pantheon isn't quite able to come back from it. Pantheon has shown to be at their best when they're on the back foot, it feels like, and so we need to see Paji securing a massive lead that they can just hold on to as the match progresses, or else they're going to start to fall round after round in the latter portion. Revolution manages to pick up the first kill here, and the aggression from Toxic Tony won't net any success, as Wonderland will also fall to the same mistake. It's a flawless round here on the retake.
The shots just didn't go the favor of Pantheon there. So many shots shot out, really. A few clips from the automatic weapons and nothing until this Pantheon team got aggressive in C-Link there, just trying to find some sort of potential pick. Maybe go for that play that we've seen, we've previously seen in other tournaments, where they would go through B and into C through Waterfall, but they just couldn't find enough aggression. Toxic Tony actually fell with the bomb, which just set off a spark of this Pajis team, able to find the rest of the team. But overall, that's just the pistol round for this Pantheon team. They can come back from that. We need to see something here. Of course, they didn't get any damage onto Pajis, but we'll definitely have to see what they decide to do here, as the Outlaw will find almost nothing at the start of this round, forcing Zoom on C. So definitely a decent potential here for this Pantheon team. They're pushing A, looking to do something on this site, and it's only Nectarines and Guru for now, so I wonder what kind of thing we can see for this team.
have a very strong buy to contest this bonus round. All of them have full armor, so that Outlaw is not going to be able to pick off any of these players unless it's a very clean headshot. Cool Guru forced back due to the aftershock, but this A site is kind of stacked on here. It's been a good read here from Pajis to try and take on this attack, but Singzoom not able to find the shots. Nectarines goes down, and Singzoom is surely a dead man walking here as they're out of ammo. It's going to be only Rivolution to find a kill, and it's just a double up. Even gets hurt as well. Rivolution causes a lot of damage here and makes this a winnable 1v2 for Mr. Sky, barreling in with this Spectre, but can't best Scorpio. So it will be the third round conversion here from the side of Pantheon. They are not going to let Pajis run away with this too much.
No, but that damage is really good. Rivolution, like I mentioned just a few minutes ago, I want to see him step up, especially playing on this initiator role. And 7-1 is how he starts this map. That is definitely some good omen heading into the rest of it, as I mean, we'll definitely see what these teams decide to do as a force comes out here from Pantheon. Talk to Tony and Wonderland are buying pretty far down, so I wonder if this team just wants to tie this game up again and try and get ahead in the econ count. And I don't think this Pajis team is really going to be expecting them to do that.
Yeah, they've got 2 Stingers and 3 Vandals. They have a pretty interesting buy to work with, and it's going to imply a more aggressive round here as Wonderland double satchels into the site. Celery manages to get the opener onto Cool Guru on the other side of the map, but that means that this attack is notably weaker, and so it's going to be taken advantage of here by Pajis. They're going to secure 1 kill here, but enough time has been bought for the rotate. Toxic Tony wanted to get a little bit aggressive, but thinks better of it and doesn't want to give up their life. Utility cleared out by Mr. Sky, but at the cost of his life. So now the Thrash is committed. A showstopper in as well. Wonderland manages to get 1 kill, but everything is falling apart here for Pajis as it's Toxic Tony to close out the round. Our score is tied up at 2-2.
And that kind of all started off with Celery able to find the flanking Guru trying to push up through Rubble and just didn't let anything happen, so they had the automatic 4v5. Yes, Singzoom did find a kill later, but that did just kind of hurt what this Pajis team kind of want to do on the retake. Want to have Guru on this slow flank, able to find some sort of behind picks, but it just didn't happen. As huge round there from Pantheon, tying this game, forcing Eco out of the Pajis team, where they were doing a very interesting buy. It could have been very risky having 2 players not the best of guns, and Scorpio finds Mr. Sky. Huge pickoff here for Pantheon to open up this round.
Definitely, and Spasm just sort of barrel through potentially as they know they have a massive economic advantage, but Singzoom manages to get a double with this Sheriff, so the man count is even, and Rivolution even secures some information as well. Doesn't quite want to lose their life, so they're just jiggling, not giving anything up. This round is looking a little bit questionable for the attackers now, as these rifles will be able to be recovered. It's going to be the A site that is going to be under a lot of pressure here, and there's no one to stop the attack from coming in. Looking at Nectarines on this flank to be the difference maker, but Cool Guru has to stall out the time. Same with Rivolution, and they're not doing that. They're just trying to turn up the aggression here. Rivolution gets 1, not able to get the second though, so it's all up to Nectarines. The 1v2 has the Vandal, has HP to work with, and with that kill is going to be able to secure armor as well. So with the smoke down, this clutch could be doable. Tony is lurking around these smokes. Nectarine doesn't seem to be considering it, is convinced that it's a backside position, and as the smoke fades, Tony is able to just tuck inside of trees here. It's a beautiful reposition as Nectarines has no idea Tony has stopped Tragedy from striking.
What a beautiful macro play there from Tony, not taking the aggressive position, not trying to take the aim duel, because you know that Nectarine will eventually figure out that you are somewhere around there trying to like go around, but huge play going in the tree and securing it for Pantheon. They actually have the lead now, as I mean, Pajis kind of falling apart. Of course, that wasn't a huge buy for the team. I believe that was mostly in eco. But either way, great macro play there that I really enjoyed. And I mean, Rivolution tried to win that round for the team. I mean, Mr. Sky falling at the start definitely does not help, but either way, huge for this team. Sing Zoom, nice shots with the Sheriff, as the Nightfall is going to come out early in this round with a Rolling Thunder. This is so hard.
They want to take this C site, and they're going to take it by force. The Nightfall and the Rolling Thunder is going to force all of Pajis off of it. And so now it's going to be a 5v5 retake. Mr. Sky is on the edge of the smoke, and Sing Zoom is going to send in the Nightfall. The lurk is accounted for by Celery, so Rivolution secures a man advantage. And as that Nightfall comes in, it's going to be the go button. Guru gets one, Rivolution as well. This Mound retake is paying for itself in gold as Rivolution finds a 3K. It is tied at 3-3.
I really didn't like that play from Pantheon. They used both Nightfall and the Rolling Thunder. That is some, you don't have to force that much onto the site. You find like maybe one pick, but that's not really enough, as you just get cornered around. And I just, that just is a bit of a confusing play for me, where you could have kept one and then had the other for either the retake a site, or if they're starting to hit, which could have been way more useful, could have been way more aggressive for your team. So that Nightfall forced Sing Zoom able to just MVP that round. They found all the picks. Rivolution, of course, finding the opening one at B and able to spiral it out of control. Huge to tie this game up once again for Pajis. And Pantheon, I need to see some better macro out of you from there.
Honestly, I think my biggest issue with that setup is just the fact that they committed them both at the exact same time. You could have stalled out the Rolling Thunder to maybe go in after the Nightfall. If you hear multiple pings from the Nightfall, it can gather a lot of information for you, and you can kind of decide what you want to do off of that. Instead, they decided to commit both of them at the same time, and they both pretty much found no value. Speaking of no value, that is what this lurk is finding consistently, as once again, it will be shut down for Pantheons. And look at really strong in this round. This mound pinch has been a real sore spot here for Pantheons. It's all left up to Scorpio in a 1v5. Gets one kill, but that's all they'll manage. It's 4 alive for Pajis, and they are right back in this.
It's not a flawless, but it might as well be, because that was just beautifully done. I mean, they just kind of got lured up again in Rivolution in B with the high-low with Guru. Just, I mean, what can this team do? They just kind of got they didn't even get Peeker's advantage there. They just got shown up and just got absolutely melted. I believe it was double kill through the wall kind of by Rivolution. It doesn't matter. Huge for them as they pick up the lead once again in this game. They force a weird buy onto Pantheon, and it does look like they are going to sell a bit. They were kind of opting for some bigger guns, but it's going to be a Outlaw with some Bulldogs and Stingers here. Never mind, it gets sold. It's going to be some Stingers, a Bulldog, and some Sheriffs. I wonder what we're going to see from Pantheon, as the B hit does seem the most likely because of all their short range, but Rivolution is here, and we know how deadly he is. He also has the Thrash to use as well.
Has been such a thorn in the side for these attackers, and now they're going right into him. Like you said, that Thrash could be a big issue. Edging the smoke is gonna be the attackers here, and they're actually gonna get the drop on Rivolution. Nectarines manages to trade one back, but is stuck at this broken door position. Cool Guru is there to support, but they need a little bit of help to get out of here, and that's just gonna be the showstopper committed forward. Mr. Sky gets a double as well, and it's all left up to Celery in the 1v2 with a Neural Theft pop. Nectarines will collect the final kill, and it's 5 here for the side of Pajis.
It's a bit of a pretty flick there from Nectarines, but either way, good round. I didn't like how much I don't think they needed to use the Neural Theft there, but I think Mr. Sky kind of clicked it right when there's about like 2 or 3 people alive. But either way, that was a good round from them. I did like the start there from what Talk to Tony and Wonderland actually tried to do through Heaven. But Nectarine was actually able to find the pick on the site, and that just kind of corralled them once again, not able to find enough to actually completely take the site, able to get the bomb down. And I mean, overall, Pajis able to corral them once again. The ultimate still in their favor, but Wonderland and Scorpio only one ultimate orb off from their respective ones, so can definitely turn the tides as they finally have a bye once again. The economy, of course, in the favor for now of Pajis, as this C hit is gonna happen again. Mr. Sky has given up sight mostly, so it's gonna be probably a full 5v5 retake with no flanks coming through.
Yeah, but the ultimate advantage is going to be really difficult to break through if you're Pajis. They have a Rolling Thunder and a lockdown to just stall down that timer, and Zora even manages to get the early pick here to secure a man advantage. It's just doubled up by Wonderland, who gets 2 kills of his own, and it's even going to collect the 3rd on killing Nectarine once again. Not able to find the 4th, but damage has been done. Cool Guru is trying to retake from Waterfalls here, but this retake feels hopeless as the paint shells is thrown out. The double satchel goes as well, but this lockdown is going to eat away at that timer. And at this point, they have to force these fights in Dune, and not able to take out that lockdown. This round is going to go to Pantheon.
It may have gone a Pantheon, but the amount of damage that Pajis were actually able to do was not actually too terrible. I kind of like what they did end up with, but overall, great picks from Wonderland there. Able to get the not dead yet, also out of Nectarines, just another advantage for the team. So either way, both teams took a lot of economy damage, a lot of ultimate damage, but ultimately Pantheon come out on top. And of course, they actually saved the Rolling Thunder this time. They did use the lockdown, which I did think was a bit of a weird one, but it doesn't matter. They secure the round. They almost have a Nightfall up as well for Zora if they get 1 ult orb. I really like the position that Pantheon has put themselves in, but they have to be careful. They have 2 light armors, and I mean, an operator as well. Picked up for Zing Zoom. Won't find anything yet, but the Rolling Thunder will come out.
Revolution once again is going to be tested on this B site, and it's under a lot of pressure, forced to fall back, and Mr. Sky is also going to be feeling the weight of their pressure as well. As that plant goes down, it's going to be the Thrash committed forward here. It's going to manage to secure a lot of information. The site is clear, but with that Nightfall, it's going to make a lot of these players at low HP, and that spam can really cause some problems. It's absolute pandemonium here, but Mr. Sky will thrive in it, and Cool Guru gets 1 as well. Not able to double up though, but Revolution is just sticking this defuse. It's gonna be the defenders to pull off the retake, and it's 6-4 for Pajis.
I mean, that looks so good for Pantheon for just a moment, but you have to remember, Gecko has a wingman, so it's still a 5v5. It doesn't matter how many players you got on that Nightfall. If you're not spamming through, that wingman is able to find so much, but you can't discount what Mr. Sky did there. Just pushed all the way through, found a lot of picks, got backed up by his teammate, and I mean, Pajis find another round when it's 6-4, and I mean, this is on Lotus too. They're heading to attack next, so this is such a huge advantage on a attacker-sided map for this Pajis team.
Yeah, definitely, and now the economy looks so bad as well. They have only pistols to work with this round, and Revolution has shut down these lurks consistently in this matchup. Will actually forfeit pretty much all of B, which means Scorpio is going to be able to just start to lurk forward here. His position is noted thanks to that tripwire, and Actually was going to say he's probably going to go down to Nectarines, but it's a beautiful shot, and even possibly throwing out the fault line. Revolution lands the shots, brings him down to 2 HP, and pinched upon with his teammate as well, as Cool Guru stands strong in the site for a double. Revolution doubles up as well, and it all falls on to Toxic Tony. Dizzy goes past him, so might not be suspected inside of the smoke, and he is not. Manages to get 1 and possibly a second as well, but as he's being pinched upon, Cool Guru will collect the kill. It's 7 as we approach round 12 here.
Last round.
I'm a bit confused because I think Nectarines definitely heard exactly where Scorpio was pushed up, but I mean, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. Like, pretty easy round there for them. Cool Guru completely holding that ace site on his own, just able to secure it, and now we're seeing a double op. They're kind of being a bit overconfident here, but I don't blame them as they are looking good heading into the later half of this half. So we'll have to see what this Pantheon team can do because they need to be very careful.
Nice shot from Cool Guru. It snipes Wonderland out of the air, and that's not a good start to your final round in the half if you are Pantheon, as a player who has been creating a lot of space from you is plucked from the round. Cool Guru is gonna just hold on to this A site, and that's gonna force Pantheon into B here, right into the waiting arms of Nectarine, and the showstopper even popped. Guru is completely dismantling this attack as they're boxed into this broken door position. They're just being pinched upon, given a little bit of space to work with here, but they still feel like they have so little to work with, and Cool Guru is just gonna start lurking out. Rivolution collects one on the site, and it's all left up to these last two players. Toxic Tony and Celery, a dynamic duo we saw in map 1, have to convert a 2v5 without the spike in reach.
Of course, does have from the shadows, but they're just in no position to use it whatsoever. Yes, they can retrieve it, but it's a 2v5. It is so hard to get any map position because even
he gets through, he slips the net through the smoke, and it's all left up to Celery in a 1v5 here, completely unwinnable. And Cool Guru finds a 4K to keep Pantheon down.
The Guruvolution right now, 2 players doing absolute work, and I mean they just can't handle them. We didn't see this skill that we saw on map 1 on map 2, so I was kind of a bit worried that maybe it was just a lucky game, maybe they just kind of fell off. But I'm starting to see these two play so well once again, and we need to see more out of this Pantheon team. We did see them win their pistol last game, to start to come back even further, so I want to know if they still have it in them. Can they be that second half team that we've seen so far? They've been down before, they brought it back. Or can Pajis actually secure the map win with their lead, not give up anything, stop giving them thrifty rounds? That's been such a prevalent advantage that this Pantheon team has had, is just able to win these thrifties. So I want to see if they're able to just get back into it, this Pantheon team, as they are going towards C, where a lot of util does lie.
Yeah, it's pretty much the full Killjoy setup here to contest with. They're going to start to clear it out one by one, and they actually do manage to get through onto the site here. Wingman gonna try and get that spike down for the Dune post plant, but Scorpio manages to deny it and even gets a kill as well. Toxic Tony tags up with him as well, as Cool Guru has to be the hero. Nectarine steps up as well, and he's starting to dwindle here for Pantheon as all of their players are going down. Cool Guru is once again making the hero plays, 3 kills on the round, and it's all up to Celery to get a 3K of their own. Starts it out well with a kill onto Cool Guru. So now it's a 1v2, and with low HP on one of these players, it could start to spiral if they're able to work their way out of this smoke. Sing Zoom is just sitting on the edge of it. The turret is taken down, not looking at the player, but Anage is the one to fight, and Celery with the double kill manages to pull off the clutch. In darkness for Pantheon, Celery provides some hope.
Clutch.
Eat your greens, kids, because Celery will help you improve, as a 3K on the round will secure the pistol win, as something it didn't really look winnable, like kind of stuck in that smoke, not able to find much, but they gave the ones, like you mentioned before, Nectarine was one shot, so it was really easy after the first kill was taken down. Sing Zoom, definitely not the best peak you wanted in the world. Cool Guru got the 3K on the round, but it didn't matter, as Pantheon have a road back into this game. They just need to win this second round force. If they do that, they can definitely find a lot, as Scorpio, okay, did have a Vandal for a second, will opt for the Spectre, so 3 Spectres for this team, and we'll definitely see how it goes, as defense needs to be huge, because remember, this is a statistically attack cider map, so it can definitely be scary.
And Wonderland pinned in this rubble position will be taken out by Rivolution, and Mr. Sky even gets a double as well. So this is looking potentially dangerous here, unless the rest of Pantheons can pick it up. Celery had a great clutch in the round before, but only has a ghost. We're going to be looking to Scorpio to step up big here with this Spectre. Gets 1 kill, but blinded by the Dizzy, so has to back off. And as Celery is wrapping around the main position as well, Scorpio gets isolated. So now Celery has to collect and can't do it. It is a thrifty round win for Pajis.
As casters, we sincerely apologize for this curse, but it is our job to unfortunately make teams lose, and unfortunately it goes the way of Pantheon again. They get cursed, and a beautiful round overall from Pajis, just playing slowly and a bit of misplays. I think Wonderland definitely needed some more information on the utility that was given to him at the rubble position, because he just peeks out, he gets one, but I mean, they're already done being flashed. There's nothing. The stun was faded already, so easy picks for the Pajis team. They're able to get him off, and huge overall from Mr. Sky, able to find the 2 as well. 3 kills for 1. Not what you want, especially. So now we need to see them come back into this game, because they definitely have this disadvantage, as it's an A hit again for Pajis, and they have all the guns to work with.
Yeah, it's just looking so brutal for Pantheons. They might have just fumbled their chance to get back into this game. I've said that they've been stronger and stronger as these matches go on, but it seems like they're starting to peter out here, as even though they have significantly weaker weaponry, it isn't gonna provide for them like it did for Pajis in the last round. They start to try and set their sights on the retake. It's Mr. Sky to cause a bit of tragedy for these defenders. They're trying to break through, and they do get some kills, but it's not enough. Cool Guru with another 3K is putting Pantheon in the dirt.
It's no longer Cool Guru, it's King Guru, with all these 3 and 4Ks we've seen so far this game from him. 21, 9, and 8, surpassed Revolution now. And it's just looking unstoppable. Like, this Pantheon team needs to figure out how to shut him down, because just nothing is working. It's just going so poorly for them. Talk to Tony had a potential angle there with the Vandal, but it just wasn't enough. As, I mean, this team is looking so good. They're going to be going A again. Wonderland's probably going to be looking for more aggression. They have guns, of course. They have the showstopper. So Wonderland... Guys, that's unfortunate.
I mean, Wonderland has to get something going if they want a chance to get back into this game. It feels like, as Guru has been dominating the server, 21 and 9, and there needs to be some kind of counter. Unfortunately, though, Wonderland is going to have to sit out this round, and Scorpio looking to try and be that difference maker, but as his position is spotted out, he's going to have to fall further and further back onto the site, and eventually his back will hit a wall. Does he perform at that wall? So far he does. He manages to take out Sky, but traded back by Nectarines, and as the plant goes down, the Thrash will also be secured. The Showstopper will claim one more victim, and this is starting to peter out for Pantheons, as they need some kind of miracle, and Toxic Tony can't provide that. Perhaps it's Zora who can, as they get 1 kill. They need to pull off a 1v2 here to keep their team from completely bombing out of this series, but Revolution will shut it down.
They were finally able to kill Guru, but couldn't kill Revolution, as another... They're just bullying this A site. It is so clean from Pajis so far. And I mean, on this decider, we're really seeing the advantages take over. They're mad about what they lost last game. They're mad about completely throwing it. And I don't use that lightly. They bombed that map, and now we're on map 3 of Lotus. They are looking like map 1. They're looking so good, but can Pantheon find some sort of thrifty here to find some advantages going forward? We know they're such a very momentum-based team. If they can get some sort of streak going, they can definitely turn it into a lot, but so far, it is not looking too great. This eco needs to go perfectly. We've seen them eco Pajis, I believe, a few times last map in order to get them their map win, but we need to see a bit more from that. We need to see a lot from Wonderland and Zora. Zora performed so well last map. I need to see what we saw last game, as it is just not looking good so far with these sheriffs, but we'll see. As this early aggression from Wonderland might transpire again, we'll see, as a B hit is the landing spot.
Yeah, they are posturing to go through Broken Door and B main here, and as the utility comes out, it's gonna be a rough position here for the side of Pantheon. They do have some ultimates to work with, and they are gonna pop those. Wonderland's gonna be able to claim 1 and a second as well. So not dead yet is popped, but completely surrounded as Nectarines, and doesn't even have their rifle either. It's a flawless thrifty round here for the side of Pantheons.
Exactly like I said, they need to do exactly that, and now they have a chance in this game. Of course, it's not as big. I believe we're in almost the same exact standing as last game in a way. I do want to check up on that, but it does kind of feel like they could maybe string some stuff together. We know they can with that bind map, but can they do it on Lotus? They have the disadvantage of being on defense, so we need to see them pull it together. I like what Wonderland did there. He played slow, and then he pulled the trigger. Of course, he did have the showstopper, so we had a lot of advantage, but able to find the extra pick on the Nectarine. So as they push A again, we need to see what they can do, as Scorpio is so good at these fights as well.
Yeah, but it's just a full buy right back here for Pajis as they managed to build up such a strong economy. This round, though, will be the one to break it if they lose this. I'm sure Pajis is wanting to find map point, or else it means that it could start to spiral out of control for them. And we've seen on the back foot seems to be where Pantheon starts to string the most together. Wonderland wants to get ahead of this play, but quickly shut down by Cool Guru. And that's going to force Scorpio to fall back to this backside position once more, and even chooses to go all the way to heaven. Wants to play the retake with their team, but as that plant goes down, Thrash will be available for the post plant, and this looks like a brutal retake situation. It's going to start out good with Zora getting one kill, and that Thrash will be sent out. Zora is a dead man walking, taken out by Rivolution, and Sing Zoom and Mr. Sky contribute as well. It's all left up to Scorpio, who's cut off by a tripwire and can't get anything going. It's a match point for Pajis.
The Guruolution cannot be stopped. They have a combined 44 kills in this game, and they are looking spectacular so far, and it's just looking so dire now for this team of Pantheon. They would need to find something once again. They had an opportunity there, but just didn't have enough really. I need to see what Zora can do with this Nightfall for a retake, but it just feels so bad for the team. It looks like they're calling everyone over to A. It's like they know they're going to keep going A because they just can't hold it whatsoever. And we need to see Wonderland stay alive, please, for 2 seconds to help your team win it. Because you know, at this point, we know Guru is going to win these fights as we see that flanking Mr. Sky go through B. And as Nightfall is completely prepared, they're going to be looking for aggression once again. And I hope they can figure this out.
Recite maps have been an absolute stomping ground for Pajis in this series, and they look to seal up Lotus similarly to how they sealed up Haven. Toxic Tony managed to get one, but if Haven taught us anything, when it's match point for Pajis, their victory seems inevitable, even if you are mounting a comeback, as Scorpio, hit by so much utility, is forced to fall back. And there's no room for mistakes for this Pantheon roster. As Sing Zoom collects one kill, Zora is quick to trade it back. It's a 4v3 situation here, and it's going to be Pantheon to try and not fumble that, but Wonderland, who has struggled in the latter portion of this series, is going to go down with nothing, and Zora can't find anything either. It's Sing Zoom to try and drag their team over the finishing line. Scorpio is trying to re-aggress, but as Cool Guru takes out Toxic Tony, it's going to have to all be Scorpio, who's managed to find themselves in the middle of the site, pincered between these two players, and with only 10 seconds left, actually just tucks in for the back of the site. I don't know how this is going to be cleared, and if he can deny this plant, he can possibly win this round. There's no time, you just have to run, you just have to survive, and Scorpio has won the round by the skin of their teeth.
Sing Zoom gets 4, but Scorpio just sees the time. He's like, oh, this is free, and Sing Zoom wasn't watching Cool Guru whatsoever, so it was a easy round at the end of the day. No, it wasn't close whatsoever. I don't know what you mean, as Scorpio completely calculated that clutch, and overall that was just time mismanagement there. Kuru did get the pick on the Toxic Tony on the flank, but just didn't pick up the spike fast enough and just didn't know the position of Scorpio. Just played very slowly on the side, didn't make too much noise. It's huge for Pantheon to actually find a round. Maybe there's some life. Maybe they can find this again, or maybe this could be a 13-8 game like I potentially said it would be. We'll see, as, I mean, this game is still in the favor of Paji.
I mean, feels like colors of Haven right now. Match point at the end of the barrel here for Pantheons as they start to find light. But will they be able to correct their errors of the past here in Lotus? They have no backup here. They have to just stand strong without losing a single round, and Wonderland manages to get the kill onto Singzoom. The only player to really find value for Pajis in the last round goes down, but Revolution is one of the players who has consistently been a thorn in the side for this team, and he's going to send the wingman to plant on C site. This is a brutal retake for Pantheon.
Yeah, Zora just completely just being scared, and look at these aggressiveness.
And Nectarines is going to collect the kill, and that means that the Rolling Thunder isn't available. Everything seems to peter out. It's all left up to Toxic Tony in the 1v3. We've seen some great moments, but this feels like just too tall of a task. Manages to isolate the kill onto Nectarines. Could try and work this. I think confirms the double position towards CT here, and even gets the timing. Toxic Tony is possibly on for this clutch. Over the smoke, though, Cool Guru pulls it over the line for his team. 13-7 on Lotus. And it's going to be a 2-1 victory for Team Pajis.
May have been a messy one, but Guru just played out of his mind, absolutely destroying the competition with Revolution. Definitely did a step up from last map, and that is huge for the start of this tournament for the Pajis. Pantheon definitely want to take a look back at a bit of plays that definitely could have done a lot better, a lot of misplays, especially with that double ult earlier in the game. But either way, Pajis, huge map win, huge series win, and I mean, just overall, some great gameplay at our first casting of this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. It was a good effort from Pantheon, but not quite able to win those 3 site maps against Pajis as they'll find their first victory in this league. We're going to throw it to a bit of a break as we get ready for our next matchup of Boba versus Feeling Faded. Stay tuned.
Is this what giving up feels like? I don't know, I don't know. Tell me, have I lost my mind? Nowhere to go, so far from home. Is this what giving up feels like? I don't know, I don't know. Tell me, have I lost my mind? So I break these walls and hold my head up high, and I step my ground until the day I die. As the rain falls down, there's no more tears to cry, tears to cry. So I break these walls and hold my head up high. No, I'm not giving in. 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 No, I'm not giving. No, I'm not giving. No, I'm not giving. No, I'm not giving. I'm not giving. No, I'm not giving.
I can't take it anymore. My mind's about to go to war. I need someone to save me from myself, to hear me cry when I call out for help. I blame it on the voices that are in my head, wondering if they'll ever be put to bed. Feels like I am close to reaching my wit's end, holding out, but I'm about to blow it up like a volcano. Like a volcano. Blow it up like a volcano. What you do, what you do, what you do to me? Can't you see what it means when you're set me free? What you do, what you do, what you do to me? Can't you see what it means when you're set me free? Another day to lose control. There's a fire in my bones. My sight gets blurry, pushing back the tears. Should take a leap of faith and face my fear. I blame it on the voices that are in my head, wondering if they'll ever be put to bed. Feels like I am close to reaching my wit's end, holding out, but I'm about to blow it up like a volcano. You know I'm one of a kind, we're so effing told. No matter where we go, I know we're gonna make it. No matter where we go, I know we're not alone. We face it all cause now we know that we can take it. We face it all cause we go big or we go home. Dance, like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. Dance, like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise.
closer, 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 closer. Visions of you. Intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown the sorrows, but I love that bitter taste. Half past 9 and I can't see straight. I'm hoping that I'll make it tomorrow, but right now I can't feel my face. I'm intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown the sorrow, but I love that bitter taste.
Visions of you.
Come closer. Closer, visions of you. Half past 9 and I can't see straight. I'm hoping that I'll make it tomorrow, but right now I can't feel my face. I'm intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown the sorrows, but I love that bitter taste.
Visions of you.
Man, you need some headphones, bro.
You know I said yes. You know I said yes.
Oh, man, you need some headphones, bro.
You know I said yes. You know I said yes. suggest. You know I suggest.
Oh man, you need some headphones, bro.
You know I suggest. You know I suggest.
Hello, everybody. We are back here with our second match of the night. It is Boba Balls Lovers versus Feeling Faded, and our first map is going to be Abyss, the new addition to the map pool, and I'm excited to see how it plays out.
Yeah, definitely. I have not been able to cast it too much, but I'm happy a team is brave enough to actually pick it. And I mean, this matchup between Feeling Faded and Boba Balls Lovers, two very strong teams as we get our first couple picks in. And Astra does come out, which I'm not very surprised about with it being such a horizontal map.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be hopefully an interesting matchup. We've seen some really high highs from Boba Balls in previous leagues, and hopefully they can replicate that without one of their standout players from the last event we saw them at, which was Colo, who is now being filled in for by Serendipity, as Colo is back in school, so going to be in the sub role, and I'm interested to see how Boba perform without one of their best members that they had statistically before.
Yeah, we have a lot of knowledge about Boba Balls from our last league, so we definitely know their high skill ceiling. So I'm really interested to see if Feeling Fade can actually match it, because it's such a dangerous team this Boba is, with Fossey, one of the best gun players that I've seen while casting, as we do see a Sage locked in, which I am very interested to see how that actually works out, as they do opt for the Cypher for Boba. So very different picks both these teams are doing, one with the Omen Astra and one with the Viper Astra.
I'm really interested to see how this Sage pick pans out for the side of Feeling Faded. You much more traditionally will see either a Killjoy or a Cypher picked up for this map, and I'm just excited to see what kind of strategies are going to be brought out by Gem here, as we're looking to kick off this pistol in just about 30 seconds. It's hopefully going to be a very interesting matchup here.
Yeah, definitely. And it does look like they are going to be opting for B Boba, of course, starting on attack here. Really interested to see how they do end up playing this map, because it is been a very touchy one, at least if you're a Valorant player. A lot of people either like it or they really dislike it. And I'm really just interested to see what Feeling Faded can do on it. Is it looks like they want to be aggressive through a main here, as it does look like Boba is opting for a mid push with the bomb going towards the B side. Only Randy here for on B, so I mean it is pretty free the site, so they'd have to be very, very careful pushing onto it.
And a lot of information here secured, though, in a main. They confirm that this is most likely going to be a B here, as it is complete silence on the other side of the map. And as that sonar dart comes through, Randy is just going to have to back off here. It's going to be a plant here for Boba that's going to be able to go down without much contention. It's a 5v5 post plant. No damage has been dealt so far. And Fufu on this late lurk could cause a lot of problems if he decides to commit to it, but he just wants to join up with his teammate towards this backwards position. They want to hold this post plant, and as Hyphen throws out this flash, it's going to initiate the moves here from the side of Feeling Faded, and the kills will go their way to start it out. They collect 2, and Jiggly Tofu left alone on the site can't get anything going. Fufu trying to spam away, and this is where the Sage Pick comes into play, as they can't spam past this wall. Fufu can't do anything to stop this defuse, and it's gonna be the starting, or it's going to be a good start, rather, for the side of Feeling Faded.
Yeah, they're just pretty clean for them. And of course, Gem, with that Sage Wall, able to just not let anything else happen. I don't even think you can make it through that gap either. I think you just fall to your death. So overall, a huge take for them. Able to use those flashes good from Dash, and they just played it very cleanly. Able to find the picks, and Serendipity not able to find any more than just 3 kills. Just couldn't find much, because that Sage Wall able to block everything off in huge early from this Feeling Faded team that needs to get a good start for their map pick. I'm really interested to see how good they are, because the last time I saw them, they were a bit up and down just a year ago, so it does look like, at least so far, they're in the driver's seat and they are looking pretty good, as it's going to be a same kind of setup here for Boba. They are going towards B, but this time Dash is there with Randy.
Yeah, Randy is set up in a good position here off the support of Dash, but as they're cut off with a smoke, it actually is isolated here. Tofu manages to take Randy out after only losing a single player. So this could prove to be a little bit interesting, but as Fufu is caught in mid by Ivy, it's going to give the man advantage over to Feeling Faded here, as they're starting to set up to burst out of the CT positions. Serendipity manages to get 1 kill, and Gunk is quick to trade it back. This is contested here, but it's not going to come through for Boba. They will fall to these Spectres, and it's a solid start here for Feeling Faded.
Yeah, not much luck so far. Serendipity does have 4 kills so far in the game, but cannot find anything, as the pistol kill will go through. But the rest of this team from Feeling Faded able to just play pretty cleanly. Only lose 2 guns, which I think you can definitely manage. Of course, it is Randy and Dash once again, but either way, very nice so far for this team, as they're going to be looking to continue with some momentum. They're trying to read this call from Boba, and I think they are completely correct, as the bomb is toward A. And I mean, they are just reading this beautifully, so I wonder how this Feeling Faded team's going to do, as it looks like they're going to be aggressive once again.
And they want to again put a lot of pressure on this A main position, and it's actually going to go really well. Gem gets the kill onto Fossey and even puts up the wall to stop any trade from coming through as well. The Vandal will be thrown out of the map from Tofu though, so no upgrade available, but still a man advantage secured very early on could prove to be a problem for Boba if they don't find a recovery in this round.
I'm surprised they gave Dash the ult orb too. I would much rather that on my Sage, but maybe they just value that dimensional drift so much for information. So definitely going to see how the teamwork is with this team, because that ultimate is a pure teamwork ultimate where it only gives enough to where your team actually pays attention. And Ivy here is going to throw the Owl Drone and will potentially spot out Fufu and Serendipity. Will find Serendipity and will spot out Fufu as well. So they do know what is happening around the map, and will know it is probably going to be towards the B hit.
It is quickly apparent why they want to give Hyphen that dimensional drift. The information game seems to be a big priority here for the side of Feeling Faded. They've gotten a lot of advantage here in this round off the back of it. And
Spike
as a result,
planted.
they're able to isolate some of these fights. They have Fufu stuck inside of mid, is completely isolated here, but if he's able to cause damage and stall out this time, it could be a problem. They have to deal with this threat, but gonna be able to slip past. They're taking a lot of damage though, and Gem will go down to Fufu. They need to start moving towards this site. The time is gonna be running low, and with Fufu behind them, it's gonna be very stressful. Actually, Fufu fell without me even noticing, so Tofu has to stand strong on the site. Clay is there to support as well. The spike is being diffused by Gunk, but not quite able to get to half, and this round should be Boba's, despite taking a lot of damage economically.
Yeah, quite a bit of damage, but they will get the round win. Even plays with armor damage. It's definitely not the way you want that round to go, but they do get the point on the board, and overall they will pick it up. Ivy actually picked up Tofu, or sorry, Fufu, when he was trying to rotate over, so either way. It was a good round for Boba, able to pick up their first round of this game and map. So let's see how they're able to potentially swallow that, but like you said before, the money kind of got destroyed in Ares for Fufu, which we know is a very dangerous weapon, but it doesn't discount the fact that Feeling Faded do have 4 rifles to their name, only 1/2 armor, but that doesn't stop how they definitely do have quite the advantage, as Clay's making a lot of noise up through mid right now. Gonna back off, go back to A, where the rest of his team remains, where it's only Gem and Ivy for now. And we'll definitely see how this Boba attack can work out.
Yeah, the A aggression has been repelled by Boba, and it's gonna be interesting to see how this plays out, as we haven't really seen the A site be tested at all. They're gonna throw out a slow orb and buy a little bit of time for some potential rotates, some repositions here. And it's actually a very passive position here from Gem. It makes me wonder if they'd rather stack for the retake here. As the smoke fades, it's gonna prompt Boba to start making some aggression here. Ivy looking to be possibly the first contact.
Yeah, and they're just playing so slowly, waiting for the right time to go, and will miss! Oh no!
Serendipity misses that smoke, and that could be an absolutely tragic mistake here. As that sonar dart goes out, it's going to get a lot of information. Tofu lucky to not fall there, but Gem is able to activate and take out Fufu on the plant. They're being harassed from so many different angles right now, and Ivy takes out the planter through the smoke as well. This missed smoke orb has completely screwed the round. Clays, though, looks to bail his team out. Only 10 seconds to get this spike down, and it means that the defenders are going to try to flood, but they're not able to pull that off, so they choose to just play for the retake here. It's a 3v3, and as the smokes go down, all these players are towards main. There's a lot of utility put onto this spike, and the Hunter's Fury is going to try and buy time as well. Gem goes down, and Hyphen is tagged up as well. Randy gets tagged by the Hunter's Fury as well, and it's all going to come down to the spam, which will land for Boba. They tie up the score.
Clays with the mid pressure actually broke the door earlier, so is able to find that free flank, able to find the double kill to save that round for Boba and actually tie this game up. And eventually we'll find the rest of the kills. You could see the ideas there from Feeling Fair, gonna use that Sage Wall, but with all the smokes and all the utility, Tofu with the easiest Hunter's Fury of his life found so much value, pushing them off, finds a kill, and that will tie up the game. It's 2-2, and this buy now from Feeling Faded is not the best. They do have the ultimate advantage, but the gun advantage might be too strong, as Boba have a lot to work with in this round.
Yeah, they do, and that early aggression from Randy isn't going to result in anything. Gunk goes down as well. These pistols are not doing very well in this round, as it's all left up to Hyphen on the site and can't do anything. Flushed out by the snake bite, and this eco will not claim anything from Boba, at least for now. Looks to be a flawless round.
Yeah, this Bucky is gonna find nothing. Gem gonna take a hike into the void. Very easy round. They were so aware of it too. Hyphen just throws down the clone, doesn't find anything as Fossey doesn't fall for it, finds an easy kill. Easy round. 3-2. We're gonna get guns back up where we have ultimates. Quite a bit of ultimates for each team right now. Of course, it does currently favor Feeling Faded, but one more for both Fossey and Fufu will find their respective ones. So a lot of potential here for this round. A lot of messy plays that could potentially happen. So I wonder who will be the clear victor here, who can play the smartest, who cannot mess up the most, as it's another B hit for only Randy lies. Of course, Hyphen is right there as well, but it is definitely in the favor at the moment of this Boba roster with all the momentum heading in.
With all these ultimates close to being secured, we could see a very chaotic round come out, but Plays manages to get the opening pick here, takes out Gunk, so that's the controller taken out quickly here, at least one of them for the side of Feeling Faded, as Fossey is going to push forward on this Dimensional Drift, get so much information. That's going to allow the plant to go down inside of a Viper's Pit as well. This is going to be hard to retake here. But Feeling Faded do have a little bit of utility and specifically ultimates to work with. We could see a Hunter's Fury comboed with the Dimensional Drift cause a lot of damage, but Clay is too strong on the upward position, is going to take out Hyphen, and Ivy over the top of the boxes won't be able to find anything. It all falls to Randy in a 1v5 inside the Viper's Pit, isn't going to be able to find anything. It's back-to-back flawless rounds.
If you're feeling faded, this is not a position you want to be. 4 rounds in a row for Boba, and if they have momentum, they will go far. As a person that's watched this team play throughout months, this is one of the biggest momentum-heavy teams that I have ever seen. They can go crazy on their streaks. So, feeling faded, they need to find something. They need anything right now, as they have 4 ultimates to use. They're forced back onto an eco, and Boba is letting it rip right now. Their ultimate economy right now is still not terrible, has a neural theft. And, I mean, it is just so useful that what this team can do right now. Even the Cosmic Divide can cause a lot, as they'll just force everyone out of mid as well. The amount of pressure they're putting on right now is really hard for this Feeling Faded roster.
Definitely is, but like you said, 4 ultimates available does mean that they could get a little bit crazy on this eco if they so choose. They have a double stack up towards heaven, which could easily be backstabbed here from mid if they choose to break down this breakable door and just try and isolate one of these kills. As the Cosmic Divide comes through, Clays will clean up Ivy, and that leaves the site so very vulnerable. As the neural theft comes through as well, Gem does manage to stabilize for 1 kill, but it feels like too little too late. As that spike goes down, it's gonna be so hard to break through the post plant. Fufu posted up. Actually, what a blunder though from those 2 players, completely getting caught with their pants down, and this gives a chance for this round. Serendipity gets 1. Will they clear the second player inside of heaven? Complete pandemonium, and Randy does manage to clean it up. It is a thrifty round victory.
What did I just watch? I don't even know how to describe that blunder that just happened. Just a complete panic from this team.
The worst fumbles I've ever seen in a round. Both players in heaven like completely dropped their guard. They both pulled out utility. I have no idea why they did that.
Yeah, and that'll give Feeling Faded back into this game. Of course, the eco still in complete control for Boba, but the ultimates, all 5 are up. Even from the shadows for Feeling Faded, but either way, they can use these to win a round. Of course, it is on defense, so it is kind of a bit harder to use sometimes, but either way, they have so many good ultimates. If someone gets picked, they have the res. If they can just clear out a full site with the Dimensional Drift to clear everyone out. So we just need everyone to stay alive for Feeling Faded, as Gunk will spot out Fufu at top mid. By the way, I do like their position into this round, as they did find that trophy.
I mean, that's gotta have Feeling Faded so confident. You use no ultimates in your eco round and still manage to win it. That is best case scenario. And now, no ultimates for Boba, all the ultimates for Feeling Faded, and they've managed to turn this around. They could start to stack up some rounds. Boba does have a very strong economic situation, though. They're going to have a bye even after losing this if they do. So it's not quite out of the woods for Feeling Faded yet.
Yeah, and it looks like they want to go straight back to this A hit. Ivy needs to be careful again, because could get caught, but will fall back because of the smoke.
Yeah, good positioning, and once again, Fufu just getting caught with his pants down. He just pulls out his knife, and Ivy doubles up inside of heaven. Clay's trying to pursue the refrag and will lose his life and that means that it's such a massive advantage here as all of Feeling Faded can start to flood in. Jigglytofu takes out Ivy, but that's the information secured, and Gem is just going to close in off of it. Wall is most likely going to go up to try and cover this defuse, and Gunk takes out Fossey as well. It's all left up to Serendipity, who can't manage anything. We find ourselves tied at round 8.
Another unfortunate throw as even Clays went up the rope to try and kill the Ivy. So strong in that position, not falling for it once again. And they use 0 ultimates. So they just got almost a flawless round with all their ultimates still up. It's tied 4-4. I mean, the economy's still so good for Boba, but I don't even know if it matters at this point because this Feeling Faded team are running with so much momentum and doing so well, as it does look like they're going back to that B hit that did work before. But man, these ultimates that I know we're putting a lot of presence in them, but it is just so strong as the dimensional drift will come out from Hyphen and we'll be able to wait. Didn't spot out Clays. Okay, we'll spot Clays.
There it is, and it's just gonna stay on top of him, body blocking Clays as well. Beautiful team play there as Ivy gets a free kill with the Hunter's Fury. Clays is gonna have to take a back seat this round and watch as his team tries to convert this. They do get the plant down on the B site, so they have a post plant to work with, and Fufu with a great lurk manages to take out Ivy as well. There's still 3 ultimates available for this post plant, but look at Jigglytofu has the Hunter's Fury, could cause some damage here, and Gem looking to re-clear mid, gets Fufu, gets the res, so it's still a massive advantage here for the side of Feeling Faded. They're going to start to try and close in on this site. They have the Cosmic Divide available if they so choose to invest it, but they need to start getting on the spike to flush out this Hunter's Fury. They might not have the time for this as they throw up the wall, and the Cosmic Divide is not going to contribute anything. It's just going to call it a time here as everybody dies in a matter of seconds.
The problem with waiting to use your ults for that long is that means all the ults that Boba used previously, they're already coming back up, and Tofu will punish you for it. You can use the Cosmic Divide all you want. He still has that Hunter's Fury in his pocket that he picked up, and he will punish you for it. It was a 3v5, and that was 4 ultimates used in that round for nothing. As, I mean, Boba, they're back on top. They're back in this. Their economy will get another swing for more guns next round as well, even if they lose. So huge for this team in this game, as a bit of a misstep as they just took too much time for Feeling Faded.
Yeah, I mean, the writing was kind of on the wall for that round. They took so much time trying to get towards that spike, and it didn't matter how much defense you put up. The Hunter's Fury cuts through all of it. Gunk does manage to get a kill onto Clays, so once again, he's removed from the round very early on, and even Fufu rather, is going to take a lot of damage, brought down to just a few points of HP, so it's right back into the action here for Feeling Faded.
This position is really good for Boba. Maybe they're going to look to get the orb onto Serendipity. Maybe not. Okay. I thought they were maybe going to get him to get the Viper's Pit, but it does look like they're just going to play slow, not make any noise, but it looks like Gem is reading this quite well. We'll now hear that the orb is coming, so we'll get over, and this is going to be a 4v5 retake, but Ivy,
he has so much to work with here, but quickly shut down. Good response from Fufu is gonna keep this at an even man count. Serendipity even contributes as well. That puts the Viper's Pit online. These 2 players from Boba here are very low. These spams could be a big problem, and as those bullets rain in, they're barely gonna avoid them. It's gonna have to come down to these drops out of heaven. Will they be able to find their mark? As Tofu is just set up inside of the Viper's Pit. The drop is gonna come in. It's not able to get anything. It's gonna be up to Hyphen. A double kill though inside of the Viper's Pit leaves it all up to Randy. A 1v2. His camera spots him out and he can't best Fossey. It's gonna be another round for Boba.
it is a Fossey 3K, and now it looks like we're going to be getting a pause here. We're getting a timeout. I'm a bit confused on that. All right.
It looks like in the chat there's a little bit of mouse issues for the Sage, so maybe just low on battery or something, needs a little bit of juice. We'll see, but I mean, yeah, this is a pretty good half so far from Boba. In the games that I've seen, Abyss does sort of lend itself to the attack a little bit, but I mean, overall, this has been a really good half from both teams, but Boba seems to be running away with it a little bit.
I think definitely it's been more about who makes less mistakes, and so far it has been Boba. We did see some good stuff out of Feeling Faded in those 2 rounds, not using the ultimates, finding the Thrifty that actually got them back into it. But Boba, on their gun rounds, they've just been more proficient. They've been so good at playing the map. Even though Clays did die last round, he's been so good at actually going through mid, able to go through the breakable door, and just finding so much value in vents. So I really need to see a bit more out of this feeling faded roster about dealing with all the map pressure that we're seeing from this Boba team.
It's just so brutal here for the side of sorry, for the side of Feeling Faded. Forgot their name for a second there. As their economy is now on the back foot. They've used a lot of the ultimates that they had available to them, and Boba kind of have the momentum right now, which is something that we know they can definitely operate off of extremely effectively. Hyphen stuck in this corner right now, can't find their way out, and just gonna end up to choose to teleport away. Fossey on the other side of the map though cleans up Gem, and once again an opening has been found, and Fossey is gonna take it by the horns. It's just barreled through onto the site with this dimensional drift, gathering so much information, and it's gonna allow this plant to at least get tapped. Hasn't come through yet though. They seem kind of afraid here, and Fossey, or rather, sorry, Clay is looking to activate late on this round, sitting right next to this Heaven position, just wants to wait for the perfect opportunity. Players from the side of Feeling Faded are once again stacking up towards this Heaven position. They start to drop in right now, and Gunk is the last one left up there. As everybody drops down, that's most likely going to prompt the rest of Boba forward as they just find all these kills through the smoke. Serendipity gets 1, Fufu gets 2, and Randy's left alone in a 1v4. Does manage to get 2 kills here, so it gets a little interesting for a second, but nothing comes of it.
Yeah, the 1v5 is way too hard. Clays maybe waited a bit too long there, wasn't able to find anything, but it just didn't matter as the team was just able to just fully spam that pretty clean from Boba there, not losing too much, and the force did not work whatsoever for Feeling Faded, as of course they're going to be forcing again since it's the last round of this half. And they don't have any ultimates to really use. They have the From the Shadows, that's not really going to do you much, but on the other side, I mean, the Neural Theft is just so useful if they find the pick, and then Cosmic Divide for post-plant can be such good util usage. Of course, it does get kind of countered by Gem's Wall, but that is just depends on how Boba decides to play the site in general, so I wonder how that does end up happening, as Clay's once again going to be going towards vents, and I mean, this map pressure is just so hard for Feeling Faded.
How is this not being accounted for at this point? It's happened multiple times. Hyphen is seeming to be a little bit suspicious of it, but once again, Clays has found their way into this Vents position and collects a double kill. That leaves the A site completely vulnerable. I mean, I wanted to be addressed, but not quite like that, because that just reveals your hand for the site that Boba have been leaning towards far more. And now it's all up to the last 3 remaining members to pull off this retake, and caught completely off guard by Clays. Randy manages to trade it back, but now this is looking like a nigh impossible retake. It's a 2v4. Such spread out positions here from Boba is gonna surely catch some of them off guard unless they manage to fumble in vents once more, but it's not gonna happen this time. Jiggly Tofu gets a double kill, and it's 8-4 at the half for Boba.
Oh dear, all I'm saying is that you want them to address the person in vents, and they did that too. They went in and they just insta-died to Clays with a very easy 3K.
I was thinking more of a little bit more proactivity inside of mid, maybe, but I guess they decide they just want to leave their A site completely open instead. So, I mean, obviously, like a great effort from Clays there to collect that double. That's just clearly not how they intended for that to work out, but great shots. It just, even if they kill him there, that still gives them kind of the green light onto A, though.
Yeah, and I actually really like what we saw there from Tofu, just kind of baiting out Serendipity 'cause he knew like he was stunned, couldn't really do much, and just kept peeking back and forth, able to get the kills, and it was just pretty clean overall as Fufu.
I
Very
like that
interesting
camera
camera, yeah.
That Fufu, I like the cut of your jib, sir.
Okay.
Okay, I guess I'm swimming alone on that reference. All right, unfortunate. And Fufu goes down immediately, so I guess I'm just cursing everybody as the caster today because Fufu just immediately goes down to Hyphen. Serendipity does manage to get one back here and trying to spam through the box onto the planter, not able to quite find it though, and Randy trying to activate from the mid position is going to be forced back here. Fossey wants to get a little bit of aggression, but it's been very well maintained here from Feeling Faded as Ivy peeks out, takes Jigglytoof's head out, and Clays goes down as well. Beautiful shots from Ivy to get a man advantage here in this post plant, and it's getting to be desperate here for Boba as they tap the spike. These post plant positions are very good. Gem manages to get the dink on the Fossey. Both these players are low, which means Gem can just collect these last 2 kills.
Another pistol round for this Feeling Faded squad as, I mean, that's the value you get from your Sage. You're able to cut off half the site, forcing the Boba team to actually push into where you want to go. You just funnel them in, and it's just very easy for you to get those kills. And of course, we saw that from Gem there, and I'm sure we'll see many more if they can play these rounds cleanly. Like, that is why I kind of like Sage on the site. Just thinking of it on paper, from that standpoint, is you should just on attack. It's just such useful position and useful utility that you can do with your walls. The different things that you can cut off from these sites is just so beautiful. It's kind of like an icebox in a way, as we're gonna see them posture towards A here. Gunk and Randy are being
That is such a nerdy angle to destroy the broken door in mid. That is Gunk. That is very interesting, and it sets them up well for the lurk here as they get one kill here, traded back by Clays, but that doesn't last very long. Mid is annihilated, and it looks to be a B finish here from Feeling Faded as they're rushing towards the site. There are no defenders here to fend it off.
Yeah, it's gonna be really hard for Boba to retake. I don't know how they're really gonna do it. We've seen Serendipity be very good with this, with the pistol, but I don't know if it's enough with this post plant. Like, look at that Sage wall.
That's
Beautiful
a beautiful
from
wall.
Gem.
I'm really glad that the Sage pick was clearly very planned out. They've had some really good Sage walls in this map, and it's really cool to. Okay, that was brutal to watch, but Hyphen manages to get 2 kills back. It doesn't get out of control, luckily. But back to what I was saying, these Sage walls are extremely effective so far, and the post plants to secure the plants. It's really nice to see a off-meta pick be this thoroughly planned out.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what they decide to do on the A site with their Sage wall. Are they gonna cut? I assume they'll cut it off normally, but you can always do the bridge tactic as well. There's just so much variety that you can do with Sage on this map, and I'm really interested to see how Gem does utilize that as they try and get back in this game. Of course, Boba, now they have the weapons to fight, and we've seen them be so proficient with them, so we need to see Feeling Faded not step off the gas here. Continue to have some momentum heading into the back half of this game, because it's still very early in this half, and this is where they faltered last time, so I want to see what they can do now.
Yeah, it looks to be a quick execute onto this A site. The Yoru is sent in to gather the information, and that's going to leave Clays in a very vulnerable spot. But he manages to thrive in that environment. Gets a double kill, and Gunk trades it back, but Jigglytofu is there to stabilize. This attack has fallen apart for the side of Feeling Faded. The backstab from Randy could cause some issues, and Hyphen also trying to lurk up, trying to help their teammate. Randy barreling in, not able to pick up the kill on Serendipity. So it's a 1v3 here for Hyphen. Has the spike available to them and has a rifle with full HP. This is doable if they're able to isolate these kills. Boba stacking up well. They want to focus on this Heaven control and just play the numbers game here as they send in the Yoru clean. The bluff is called by Hyphen, but Serendipity is too clean on the shot. there will be no bonus here for feeling faded.
But I mean, that is fine. You got the pistol rounds. Right now, you're not too worried unless you don't do well on this one. You got some damage down. It's not the most in the world. I don't like the dimensional drift usage per se, because that definitely could have been something you could use on this round with maybe get the res up for Gem, but we'll definitely see what they decide to do, how the comms are like, because Boba's ultimates are coming up very soon. That Viper's Pit can be very good defensively, able to cut off a place that Feeling Fade might want to go early in the round. And even the Cosmic Divide with Clays, that can completely shut down this comp from Feeling Faded. It can be very difficult to actually play against it if you're looking for spam, especially on a site where it's something that is usually very spammable. You have to play on site because that Cosmic Divide can be so deadly.
Yeah, Gunk once again gonna take out
That's
that
hot.
breakable door in mid. Yeah, it's very cheeky. I like it. But I mean, mid control has been a big focus for both these teams inside of these rounds. But Boba seemed to be a bit more wary of it. It feels like than we saw Feeling Faded on their defensive half, and we'll see if that comes back to haunt Feeling Faded as they're looking to put up another attacking round here. They have an oh so slight weapon advantage as Jiggly Tofu is on a Spectre. And just wanted to play it slow here. They're kind of poking and prodding around the map right now, but it looks to be an A finish from the main position. They actually don't really have anything to work with. They've spent so long just kind of waiting around and not seizing map control off of it. And means that they're just walking into a potential blender. Clays gets one and Ivy trades it back. Jiggly Tofu is right there to respond. Keeps things good for Boba as they secure a man advantage. Randy, what do you have for us on this mid lurk? We have to see something, it feels like. They're going to look to position towards events. Gem gets the res as well, so this evens up the man count and potentially can allow for some stall from the attackers because they need time for Randy to be able to activate from this position. The door is still up, so Randy has to make noise to break through here. This could get very interesting, and Randy gets the kill from Heaven, even has a pull on the spike as well. This post plant is coming together extraordinarily well. Serendipity trying to keep Boba in it, but it's too much to deal with as Fossey goes down. Serendipity with a double kill, with the time being so low, surely this doesn't come through, doesn't get the half, and Serendipity so close to greatness but will fall short.
That was so close. Good thing for Feeling Faded that Randy was there. But holy crap, Serendipity so close to the dream clutch, but will not find enough of it as... I mean, I didn't like that Sage Wall at the start. I thought that it was just very easily breakable, but I didn't take account for that Randy flank able to just completely distract, and it just kind of mitigated all the knowledge that Boba wanted there, and eventually just gave them the time they needed. They found the picks, and I mean, as bad as the start actually went for them, they were able to find that as early aggression here from Boba as they're on an eco.
Yeah, Tofu manages to get one kill, but traded back. Do they clear this deep position? It looks like they're actually not aware of it. So Clays is able to get one more kill as well. It's brought to a 3v3, and this is dangerous. Boba are able to convert rounds like this. Don't want to give them too much. Randy is just knife out, walking right into Fossey, and will lose their life. That's a rifle secured as well. So it's two players to fend off these defenders from multiple angles. Gunk and Ivy are going to double up towards CT, and I don't think the spike is actually planted for that position. No, not at all. They have to wrap around to Heaven here, and this this A main push is looking to be very strong here from Boba as they throw the cage onto the spike. They're gonna start to get onto it. Just a tap from Fufu for now. These players are confirmed to be towards Heaven, and Fossey is trying to work up this rope but can't get it, and Ivy with the Hunter's Fury takes out one on the spike. Comes down to the 1v1 once again, and Fufu can't pull it off. Ivy once again saves their team.
Feeling Faded are playing these rounds on a thread every single time. It's so close, it's so messy, but they're able to get the point off. They've won 4 of their last 5. They're 1 round away from tying this game. But look at that look at Boba right now. 4 ultimates in their pocket, full guns, because that was only an eco, by the way. that was such a big round for Boba there because they just did so much damage. Whoever wins this next round is set up for almost the next 3 because whoever loses has no economy whatsoever left.
Yeah, and you almost start to favor Boba in this round because, like you said, the ultimate economy is so in their favor. They have a lot to work with here, and even on an eco, they managed to pull it down to a 1v1. Randy, though, manages to one-up Clay, so that Cosmic Divide will not be a factor, and it'll actually provide one over to Feeling Faded as well, as mid is put under pressure here as well. The From the Shadows will come through. Gunk doesn't want to stick it though, just wants to figure out what the B site is looking like as Gem throws up the wall and wants to commit this plant. It's gonna actually go really well. Fufu can't even get up on the box because of the slow orb. Luckily, Jiggly Tofu does manage to shut it down with the Hunter's Fury, but it's traded back by Ivy onto Fufu. Fossey takes out the Yoro on the other side. It's back and forth right now. This plant is just unable to go down. Gunk assumes the position as well, but can't get it down. It's a beautiful stall from Boba, but they need to get these kills over the line as well, as it's once again the same plant spot being committed. The spam comes through, and it's all left up to Randy. The opener for the round now has to close it in a 1v2. Cosmic Divide available, throws up a smoke as well, wants to try and work this, but with only 15 seconds, you have to move, and it's gonna have to be loud from Randy as well. Jumping over, 10 seconds left, has to get this spike, and Boba, you just have to play the time. You just have to play together, and Fossey gets the kill. It's double digits for Boba.
You know what's really sad about that round? If Gunk didn't use his From the Shadows, that round would have been theirs because he would have been able to go straight to A, would have been free, but since he used it earlier, the one time that ultimate is actually useful, just doesn't have it.
I feel like they were also just too stuck in their ways with their plant there. They could have easily transitioned into going for the default backside plant, but instead they kept trying to force the issue in the same spot, and Boba were ready for it. They've adapted to the tendencies here, and you have to start to swap it up as Clays wants to push up this aggression inside of mid, knows that the economy is weak, so they're just gonna crunch this mid push. A beautiful read from Boba is gonna result in a Fossey double kill. Serendipity goes down to Randy, but there's a quick response here from Boba as they're still set up to pinch this. Fufu gets one, not able to get the second though. Gem gets that kill, but such low HP is surely not going to be able to pull off this 1v3.
Yeah, especially with Jiggly Tofu just slowly going, might not find the timing on Gem, but either way, I think her time is done right now in this round. Fossey's still full HP. Unless you find the most dream sheriff shots you've ever seen, this round is all but over, as just beautiful round overall. Of course, they're on an eco. Not much this Feeling Faded team can do. Gem's going to look for this pick on the Fossey. Will probably find it because of the timing, as this is actually doable now.
Yeah, there could be a rifle. This heal will be back up in a couple of seconds. This is workable, but it's still pretty difficult here. Blaze is low, so if that fight gets isolated, that's when we become interested. This 1v1 is possibly going to decide it, and it will. As Gem goes down, Clays is able to win that fight, and Boba push forward onto their 11th.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely not the way you want this half to go for Feeling Faded. It started out not bad from they had 4 of the 5, and then now it's Boba bringing it back. They still have 4 ultimates on the board. Of course, Feeling Faded, they're 1 off of res, so that could be so useful for them if they get picked off early, which kind of has started to be a feature in this game of Boba actually able to find these picks. If it's not Clays dying for Boba, it's usually Clays finding a pick for them, so it is not looking the best as of late, but I'm really interested to see what they can do on this gun round.
Yeah, the controller's doing a lot of heavy lifting inside of this match for Boba. Serendipity and Clays bringing up the top of the leaderboard for these teams, and it's been rather difficult, it feels like, for the side of Feeling Faded to be able to counteract that, and only becomes more and more terrifying when you realize just how lethal people like Fossey and Tofu can be, as Hyphen's going to try and clear out this site, get a lot of information, but they're actually not able to get any picks off of it. It's an evacuated site from Boba. Randy does manage to claim one inside of mid. The res is online as well, but Fossey with the counter dimensional drift is just gonna find these players. Clay's just getting the freest smoke bang kills of his life. It's gonna come down to the post plant main position of these players, and Fossey can't, or Gunk can't get anything. Gem forces the res, but it all comes down to the heaven play from Randy, dropping into the site, can't stop the defuse, and Clay's gets a triple. It's match point for Boba.
It's not serendipity, it's Clay's. They're just finding so many picks for their team, and it just goes so downhill. They didn't even bother using the Cosmic Divide. They were just so confident that Cosmic Divide would have just completely stopped anything that Feeling Faded wanted to do, but they just had all the guns. They were just fighting, they were playing well, and it's match point for Boba and Feeling Faded. They need to find something. This is their map pick after all, so this definitely is not the start of the tournament you want. If this does go through, we can maybe see some fight happen, but the ultimates available for Boba makes it hard.
Also worth noting that Fossey in that round was able to completely destroy the side of Feeling Faded. Got so much information with that dimensional drift, and that's something that we weren't able really to see in that round from Hyphen. Fufu now is looking to hold off a lot of this aggression, and it's beautifully handled through the smoke. Will claim Gem, and now Ivy has to pick up the pieces and can manage to find Fossey, but not able to best Tofu, and Serendipity on the other side of mid will also collect a kill. So it's all left up to the controller players and make that just Randy as her entire team falls around her. It's gonna have to be a massive 1v4, and it feels like too much to handle as Boba inch further and further towards this map win. They get the kill onto Fufu, but brought so low will surely be cleaned up here by Clays. The controllers are the difference maker on Abyss.
Boba just outplaying Feeling Faded at the end of the day. Another 13-8 map win. And we're going to be heading to a very fun map of Haven once again next map, which is Boba's. So I'm a bit scared for Feeling Faded, and I really hope they can come back in the next one.
And we know Boba are lethal on those 3-site maps as well, so we're going to have to see something from Feeling Faded if they want to bounce back in this series. They have 5 minutes to get it together as we head to our break.
Ain't no love like a real love, but it goes so fast. All tied up like a captive. I'm on to you. Used to pay to my love life, standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I don't felt this in ages, and I've no more patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. You're making me stronger, making me stronger. You're stronger. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do.
Casting on my promises, you know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. 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 You cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now.
storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
What does
We are back at it with this matchup of Feeling Faded versus Boba Balls Lovers. Boba able to claim the map pick of Feeling Faded. Abyss goes their way, and now we look to Haven to see if perhaps Feeling Faded can do the same right back to them, or will this be a 2-0 series?
And we're heading to Boba's map, a map that, as we know from previous games that we've watched of Boba, is scary. This team is going to perform, and we need to see Feeling Fade get up there to their level. As I mean, we're going to see a Neon, which is potential Neon from both sides. That could be a lot of fun. We'll see if Ivy does lock it and will. This is going to be a fun game.
I'm really interested. Fosse's Neon, granted, a little bit volatile. We've seen some really high highs and really low lows, but when it is moving, this man can completely take over the pace of an entire match. We're going to see if Ivy can match that energy here as we're getting ready to load into the map. The rosters are locked in, and there's some slight differences here, so I'm interested to see which one comes out on top.
Yeah, I mean, Feeling Faded going a bit off, getting the Gecko and the Killjoy, something you don't normally see. You see very standard comp for the most part for Boba. It's differently with the Neon, but I mean, it's pretty standard overall with a Sova and a Cypher. So we'll definitely see how it does perform. And I actually kind of like Ivy on this Neon. Ivy, probably the best player of last game for Feeling Faded. I think definitely showed the most out of their potential. So I'm really interested to see what the rest of the team can do to try and step up. But I'm very worried for that team because Boba, they're just so good on this Haven map. So we'll definitely see how it does transgress. Of course, this is only the first series of this tournament for both of these teams, so they'll definitely have a lot more to learn about each other as time goes on.
Yeah, definitely. And it's been a pretty interesting matchup. I really enjoyed that Abyss game, and hopefully Haven can provide something even better here because I think there's a little bit more to this storyline potentially.
Yeah, definitely. And hopefully we can load in soon to get to the action. But I really want to see how this Feeling Faded team can actually step up. We see Gem no longer on the stage, obviously. Did have some good moments, just couldn't find enough. And I need to see a bit more, especially out of Hyphen there. The Yoru for the side of Feeling Faded just didn't get enough. It didn't feel like got enough information, didn't enough kills or assists. Just definitely wasn't the best performing comparatively of what we saw from Fosse. So I really want to see how they're able to step up here heading into Haven.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's taking us a little bit to load into this, but I mean, I kind of want to. Oh, all right, there we go. But I kind of want to touch on the matchup of Sentinels here between the Killjoy and the Cypher. I personally lean a little bit more towards Cypher on this map because I feel like there's a lot of flexibility available for tripwire setups, and I'm sure that's something we're going to see a lot from Fufu. Potential need for a P10 here, as it looks like we still are waiting on one player to load in, so we got a little bit more time to waffle around.
Yeah, Gem unfortunately isn't loaded in yet. Hopefully it'll be fine. Oh, it might be cut short. Maybe no more waffling, as it does look like they are back. Maybe they're lagging quite a bit. Anyway, I wonder how this is gonna go, as it is a tax start, as that is what Feeling Faded picked, which thank God, after what we saw last time where they picked the opposite side, of course it did. Yeah, it did eventually work out, or it never really worked out, but either way, it's good that the team picked attack here. We'll get some advantage heading into this. We'll definitely see how it does work out. We can see some Fufu setups here, and it's going to be a pretty standard A hit, it looks like. Something where I feel like every single team gets mind controlled in the going A. I don't know if that's just me, but it just kind of feels like if you start this map on Haven, you're just going A.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely interesting how this is going to pan out. We've got the thumbs up from all the players, though, here, so it's going to be the start of this pistol round. It's going to be an early fault line sent out to the A main position. Like you said, a lot of teams corralled into going for this A site, and I think part of that is because often you'll see the Sentinel posted up at C, and it can be really hard to break through those defenses, especially on a pistol round. But they will choose to go there eventually. They see a lot of contention over at the A site, and they'd rather just focus on taking the C site instead. They managed to break through, and Fufu under a lot of pressure. What a flick from Fufu! A double kill, though, from Hyphen is going to keep things from getting scary here for the side of Feeling Faded. As they get this plant down, secure a man advantage. They're looking hold on to this post plant, and a beautiful late lurk from Randy as well, as it's going to be closed in on the site. Serendipity gets one. Gem is knocked out of the round, but this late flank from Randy could completely seal the deal. Gets one, tags up the second, and Hyphen is there to add the cherry on top. It's all left up to Fossey and the 1v2, and there's way too much to deal with. Randy closes out the round from Garage. All right. It seems like possibly a little bit of issues here for Rhodes. I'm not quite sure, but definitely an interesting round there. I look to be potentially something crispy from Bobaz. It was a beautiful shot hit by Fufu there, but not able to manage there. And as a result, we see a really solid pistol execution here from Feeling Faded, and they could try and snowball that into more rounds here on this attacking side. Boba, if they can't really get that ball rolling, they can, that momentum-based team atmosphere can definitely be a double-edged sword.
Yeah, and I mean, they're Feeling Faded is so good on their pistols too, so Boba will need to be very, very careful heading into more rounds. They need to stop letting the other team have the lead, as I mean, it's just not looking great at the moment, but you never know what can happen.
Yeah, definitely. Fossey posted up in A main here is getting a little bit of action thrown his way, but no commitment yet. It's just sort of poking and prodding around the map, and looking at the mini-map, it looks to be a C execute once again. Gunk takes out Clays, and this spike is going to start going down, but Fufu edging the smoke right now, wants to try and push out here alongside of Serendipity, and they're going to do just that. They clean up 3 players in a matter of seconds, so it's going to come down to 2 players to finish this off. It's Gem and Gunk, who combine for 1 apiece, and Gem on an island on the site manages to stand strong, and Gunk provides some covering fire from the back. It comes down to a 1v1, but Serendipity has taken so much damage here. Gunk can just spam away at this spike, and with a one-way smoke also thrown out, this feels impossible for Serendipity to pull off. The time is too low. There is no chance. A lot of damage, but at the end of the day, they will not have the curse pull through.
I mean, it was so close, but Gunk and Gem were just able to pull it off huge from them and able to find those picks to finish off the round. Good one way from Gunk, not playing too aggressive to potentially give his spot away, and will eventually be able to close out that round. It's 2-0 for them. They take a lot of damage though, so this round should feel quite easy for Boba, but we'll definitely see what does end up happening so far. No kills for Tofu. Clays or Ivy in this game, so I wonder what these players are going to start doing. Maybe play a bit more aggressive, but it's only 2 rounds in. We'll definitely see how the plans start changing, as it is going to be a garage hit for this Feeling Faded roster.
Yeah, they want to try and take some close engagements here as their weapons favor that, and they could possibly overwhelm these players. Clays, but under a lot of pressure, was able to get the kill onto Gem and take out the wingman as well. Eventually traded back by Hyphen, and Ivy inside of Garage here with this Bucky could be a problem. Serendipity though takes them out and even denies the plant once more. It's all down to Hyphen, and with only 6 HP and stunned up, there's no way into it. It's a good round from Boba.
Unfortunately, didn't install the Rudy Rojo's mod, so didn't have enough damage on the Bucky. And it was pretty simple there from the side of Boba. Plays unfortunately does go down. Did get the wingman and an extra pick though, so nothing, no harm, no foul for this Boba team, as, I mean, they took no damage there. And we'll see what the gun round offers, but as we know from last match, this Boba team is so good on their gun rounds.
Definitely, and now they're gonna try and just keep that ball rolling. They've managed to avoid the bonus very well. It was questionable for a second, but it never got too crazy. Very well maintained for Boba here, and mid seems to be a big focal point here for the side of Feeling Faded. They're gonna send it forward with the Thrash, and Ivy off the back of that is gonna get the kill on Serendipity. On the edge of the smoke is Fufu taken out. Fossey tries to disrupt but can't get any more than one, and Hyphen takes out Tofu as well. All of Boba has crumbled on the B site, and now it's all left to Clays in a 1v4, and will most likely just look to save.
Yeah, I mean, that is what I want from Feeling Faded there. They're able to find the aggressiveness, able to find the picks. And I mean, Hyphen's just playing so good so far in this game. Comparative to last, it is looking like a completely different player. And I just really like the setup that they did, pushing out through or getting some kills through a link, which I find very proactive and very good for this team, as they just couldn't find enough last match. And they do look very good at the start of this game. Maybe attack is just where it's at.
Very possible, and they're looking to try and find this save, but they won't be able to lock it down. So Clays does manage to bring that rifle into the next. Could possibly be the hero for Boba in this, as they actually do manage to get full rifles back up. So actually, it's a pretty good buy here for Boba.
Yeah, and I mean, they still have the money to do it. Of course, they did win 3 of the last 4, so nothing is yeah, how do they have the money? They've only won 1 of the last 3 or of the last 4. Sorry, it's
they did have 4 alive on their 3rd round, so that's definitely the reason. If they took more damage on the bonus, this would be a very different story here, but now they have to fend off the A site. This has been mixed up a lot here from the side of Feeling Faded. They have not committed to the same site twice in a row at all, I think. And it's gonna just keep Boba on their toes. They can't really pin down these players. Ivy once again taking an aggressive fight here, this time towards CT position. Fossey out of heaven is gonna get aggressive himself. Gets 1, but traded back by Gem. It's a 4v4, and that spike is down. That's gonna continue to tick away. Fufu on an off angle is gonna manage to get some damage down on Randy, but doesn't check his right. But a beautiful flash. It's gonna call it into question. Gem gets the kill. It's a 3v3, and the spike's being diffused. Serendipity, an insane 3K on the coverage to pull it over the line for his team.
The spray transfer from Serendipity absolutely carried them that round. That looked almost completely over for them. It looked like that peek out was definitely gonna kill the spike plant, or the person defusing, and then it was just completely over. But Serendipity with some beautiful shots for the 3K will definitely pull them over the line. 9-2 right now. Definitely this Boba team not missing out on Colo, as this is such a good performance so far. We'll definitely see what ends up happening later on, but right now Feeling Faded need to be a bit careful. Of course, they still have the lead in this match, but the ultimate advantage is in Boba's favor.
Yeah, Feeling Faded managed to pull together yet another buy, but if this one goes down the drain, then it's gonna force them most likely onto an eco. Clays and Fossey combined for one apiece. Mid is under pressure, but it's quickly re-hit. Gem and Randy don't want to give it up. And so now it's a 3v3. These two teams are throwing haymakers at each other and not relenting. Fossey, once again, takes out this wingman. And that leaves this B site vulnerable for the attackers. They can't bust through, and there's left so many crossfires. Hyphen with a good shot onto Fossey, manages to bring it back to a 2v2, knows the location of Tofu as well, but head on a swivel. Only 45 HP, and this wrap from Fufu, it's gonna find the timing on Randy. It's a 1v2 for Hyphen, manages to isolate the fight, but quickly taken out by Fufu, and it's 3-3.
Really unfortunate timing there for Randy. Could have found the pick on the Fufu, getting that round for them, but the timing was not in their favor, forcing them back onto an eco round. And Boba, they've won a few in a row now. They might start picking up the pace. Fossey still with an overdrive to use. On the other side, you got that Thrash, which Gem has been very good with their utility usage, especially on Abyss. I really liked what they did end up doing with their set plays. So I wonder how they're going to be able to use this Thrash to actually win rounds. Of course, I don't think it's coming out in this round unless they find a few picks. But I'll be very interested to see how they do decide to do that, as Clays with a very, very big position here went in the cubby, and C-Long potentially able to find Randy here. Definitely not a favorable position for feeling fade early in this round.
Yeah, Clay's posted up inside of Cubby here, has got an aggressive position on C, which is going to give quite a bit of information over to Boba. It means that they have not aggressed up long here, and means that they can really start to condense down on this garage position. Tofu seems to be aware of the positions here, but walks right into a crossfire, and it's too much to handle. Fufu on the crunch, manages to get a double, but it's traded back by Hyphen. These two teams are back and forth constantly right now, so now this round really is open. There's a lot of map to work with here, and Fossey evacuates the A site, which leaves Gem to be able to just walk forward onto it. These lower weapons have managed to find a foothold inside of round 7.
Yeah, and if they're able to actually make a lot more position up through sight, like kind of like Gem is right now, I don't like going full at it because you still don't have the gun advantage, but you can definitely find something. But Fossey will take advantage of that. That round is almost just completely destroyed now, as Gem had the Thrash potential, and Clays with this flank might be able to find something. We'll see.
It definitely feels overzealous there from Gem, and as a result, I feel like this round just kind of falls apart, and it's exactly what's going to happen. Like you said, the Thrash available and a good position as well. Could have tucked into the corner, could have played the cross, but instead wants to try and test their luck, and well, Fossey is able to just completely shut that down. It just feels like reaching a bit too far into the cookie jar for Gem there.
Yeah, I will say though, I don't really like that overdrive from Fossey. I feel like that was overkill quite a bit, since they were on an eco. They didn't really have guns, and you're up 3-2. And now that we're in this next round where this Feeling Faded team has got weapons to use, they have 4 ultimates as well, or 3 ultimates and from the shadows. So I really wonder how this will work out, as they definitely do have the advantage, as the overdrive now will come out for Ivy.
Ivy wants to get aggressive on this, turn up the pace, and it's going to have the support of their team to do that, barreling up this long position. But that overdrive is starting to run out of juice, so they need to start moving forward. And it seems like it's going to be the A site evacuated, but no kills found up until Hyphen finds a smoke bang onto Serendipity. Yeah, the classic, you know. But Gem manages to recover the Thrash, but quickly, Gunk goes down to Fossey. It's brought right back to even count. Randy committed onto this flank hold. Will it be anticipated by Clays as the Thrash comes through once again? It gets a double detain. This round is falling apart for Boba, as it looks to be a bounce back here for Feeling Faded, as nothing is being collected right now. Fufu trying to get something going, dropping out of heaven, but will only find themselves in hell, as it's all the kills for Hyphen coming through.
Hyphen able to find the triple at the very end. And I mean, like I said before, Gem with the
Hyphen.
Sorry?
A kill for each Hyphen, you know?
Exactly. As I mean, like I said before, Gem with the util usage, able to find that Thrash utility. Of course, it didn't really matter at the end of the day. It was just gonna be Boba pushing in, but like, there's a lot of they didn't have to take any disadvantages in their fights because just completely pushing them off site forces Boba to make desperate plays, and it was just beautiful from them overall. As it looks like they're gonna be pushing C here, and what a play with the Odin coming or the Ares coming out, and then letting Clays be up here as well.
I wonder if this will... Yeah, it is anticipated, though. They've read through this, and they want to try and isolate these kills, but the Fufu coverage allows Clays to hold on and get a kill of his own as well. They have lost their players here, and Feeling Faded now have to go back to the drawing board. Randy trying to get some kind of information through mid, but the smoke in their face is going to completely deny that. This is feeling like a brutal round for Feeling Faded, as Fossey posted up with this operator could make the difference. Top of the head is spotted. Those pigtails betraying Fossey right now. So this could be interesting. It could still be up for debate right now.
I don't think they know about Mr. Operator in town, as they're going to peek out and will get picked off. What a shot from Gunk.
Beautiful gunplay there, and that's going to leave the A site vulnerable. They know that. They want to push up. They identify that it was an op as well, so if they so choose to want to invest that or pick that up and pull it into this round, they could, but they want to stick to the rifles. Hyphen, a beautiful shot to take out Tofu, and now they've found themselves in a post plant 3v3, and Hyphen is tucked into hell once again. Found great success in this position last time. Will they be able to recreate it as the flash are set up? Serendipity wants to drop in, and Clays has to push forward to the aftershock. It's a double pinch, but Hyphen gets a double again from hell, is able to completely demolish this retake. Fufu trades it back, but the time's running low and you're running out of chances. A brutal crossfire to break through as well, and no shot in this round surely, as Randy peeks forward, collects the kill, and it is a 5th for Feeling Faded.
There are 3 hyphens for a reason. That represents each kill in that round, just like before. I mean, Feeling Faded are back in this map. They are up in this game, and they have the gun advantage. They have the gun advantage, and we'll definitely see what ends up happening here. As I mean, Clay is gonna have the only rifle into this round. We'll be able to buy for next, but it is starting to look rough for Boba. They're not able to find as much. I will say though, this is an attack cider map, so getting 4 rounds on Haven is pretty good. If they can get 5 or 6, definitely a lot more valuable. But either way, I really like Feeling Faded's position in this map, and they have the Rolling Thunder to use in this round.
Running into the C site though, which has the Cypher utility and the only rifle available for Boba as well. This could get really bad. Fufu claims 1 life, but the rifle is still here. Clays could pop off here. Serendipity goes down as well, and it's gonna be completely shut out here. It could have been interesting, but it just fizzles out for Boba. It's only Fossey with a sheriff.
And the turret's gonna spot, or won't spot him out just yet. He will if he peeks that. But Clays actually went for a crazy TP on side the teleport behind him. He got 1, but just couldn't find more. I mean, this is 6 rounds now for Feeling Faded. If they can make it another 2, this is just such a good position here, as they will hear Fossey now. Huge position here for Randy. Will pick up the kill. Easy peasy. 6-4 for Feeling Faded, and they're looking good. They keep the Rolling Thunder into this next round as well, so I really like their position.
And Foss tried to get a little bit fancy there at the end as well. Seemed to have known that there was no way into the round. But worth noting, the team play here for the side of Feeling Faded is really good. Even though it was just a sheriff left that they were going up against, that fault line immediately came through as soon as they noted the position of Fossey. So, I mean, no matter what, the takeaway from this definitely seems to be that Feeling Faded are on the same wavelength utility-wise. They are prepared to take these fights, and that's something that you need when you're going up against a mechanically stacked team like Boba. You need to be able to outplay them in the team department. As Fufu is left on this C site to deal with a massive assault, and he'll stand strong for one. Ivy takes out Clays though. That's the support stripped away, but Fufu doesn't seem to need it. Gets a double, and Tofu's here to help as well. But the plug has been pulled. They want to go back towards A site, but Fosse could be able to secure this information from the audio, and the neural theft will confirm where this is ending up.
Yeah, and of course, Fosse might be playing aggressive here. Is such an aggressive player. Will be spotted out by Hyphen, so we'll back off. But either way, they get the bomb down, and they'll need to see and reassess what's happening as the Thrash comes out from Gem.
Man advantage, but yeah, like you said, that Thrash could cause some problems. Gonna just recover it. So in 10 seconds, it could find its impact once again. You just have to stall if you're Gem, and they're not gonna let you have that luxury. But a beautiful coverage from Hyphen, and Gem gets one as well. The Thrash is back up, and it's all left up to Tofu. Everything crumbles for Boba.
Dude, Hyphen with the utility again, helping them actually secure these kills. The fault line, the flashes, everything is coming out. 17, 6, and 4 right now on this breach, and is looking completely unstoppable in this game. Completely 180'd from what we saw last time. It's 7-4. If Boba can't find this round win, I really like Feeling Fated's chances in this game. But again, this is an attack setter map, you gotta think. But either way, the amount of momentum this Feeling Faded roster is pulling off right now is beautiful, and they still have that Rolling Thunder, and if Ivy is able to get an ult orb, has that overdrive as well.
Yeah, this could be really dangerous, and Randy is gonna add to that danger. Clays goes down, the Rolling Thunder comes through, and Fosse and Tofu are left in such a brutal situation. Fosse does collect one onto Ivy. Gem trying to get that wingman to find the plan, and it will do that. And Hyphen tucks into hell once again. Has been an absolute monster in this position, and it's actually going to swap it. Instead is going to take Fosse out of heaven. This is an insane performance from the Breach. Gem being under so much utility, but Randy collects the kill. Gem sidesteps the utility, and Serendipity is in a 1v4. Can't do anything. Hyphen with another 3K.
And what round once again, 26 and 4. We're just gonna keep going up at this point, and I mean this game is looking all in their favor, and they are able to win these pistol rounds. We have yet to see Boba win a pistol so far in these two maps. So I wonder if Feeling Faded are actually able to win this round. Can they run away with it? That is the question, because their teamwork is looking phenomenal so far, as we do see Randy actually set up on this A site, but they have zero intentions of going anywhere near. This is a C site through and through, and Boba, they love playing their spams from this site. If they are able to get man advantage, this Feeling Faded team needs to be a bit careful. They don't care that they're down, because they will come back.
We've said multiple times that Boba is an extremely momentum-based team, and I said that that's a double-edged sword, and it is showing its sharpness right now, as their momentum has been fully stifled here, and they have to recover on their attacking side. Fufu will get a good start. Gem is removed from the round, and that's a lot of utility off the board here. So now they're going to try and aggress this CT position, and it'll go well. Clays gets another kill. Fufu stalling time, but is going to go down to Ivy, and Gunk gets one as well. So it's back to a 3v3. Tofu sends out this Isle drone to try and secure some information, and with Clays behind, it's going to be a problem. But oh my god, he waits too long, and his team falls around him. It's all up to Clays in the 1v1. Can he pull it off? Jiggling around the CT position. Flash sent out. Ivy gets it to half, though. Clays knows that it's halved and has to play aggressive on this. Clays, you have to peek. You have to get the kill, and he does manage to get it a 4K on the round to pull the pistol through.
That looked so good for them for a second, but Clays, like you said, waited a bit too long, but it didn't matter, as he's able to finish it off so close from Ivy there. It just wasn't enough, and overall, good for Clays, able to bring them back into this game, getting their first pistol of the series, and I wonder what we'll be able to see next from them, as it does look like they are going to be going towards C once again, where no one is. Randy will be setting up some stuff in garage, so nothing really much will be happening, as it looks like Boba will have advantage once again, and I do wonder how Feeling Faded will play this now, as They are pushing A, so they're gonna actually hit the trip as well. So there's gonna be so much knowledge for Fufu here.
Yeah, Fufu can really cause a lot of damage on this lurk as he finds out where these players are, and he's actually just going to hold the flank for his team. They want to keep control of Silong here, and they're going to fortify this position. Multiple players coming in to help here, and it's just going to be a complete domination from Fufu. The Ares collects 3 players in a single spray, and Randy is spotted out, knows that there's no hope for this round.
Welcome back to Boba is just going C because they did their signature. Well, not even, I don't know the signature, but they do their spot where they just plant right there. They go back all the way down the long and they just spam you to death. Fufu loves this Ares for a reason. Clays will find the flawless. And I mean, what a round for Boba. They take almost no damage. Fufu just takes a bit of armor and whatnot, but that doesn't matter for him whatsoever as they're up. And they are starting to get some momentum back. Of course, they are down by 2 rounds. You can't forget that. But they are starting to get it going. You can see Fufu's thinking with this Cypher just so good with the Ares. So I wonder what Feeling Faded will do to counteract this as it's an A push finally.
With it being a flawless, this is a very intimidating bonus round you're looking down the barrel of here. The rifles have been brought out here by Feeling Faded, and they have to be clean on this, it feels like, or else Boba are going to just start getting so much confidence. Ivy, early aggression on a long, but has to fall back, and Serendipity wants to make sure that this position is cleared out, so a lot of utility invested here. That could bode poorly for the site hit, as there is 2 players here and 1 in ready or in a very available supporting position here, as Hyphen can just toss utility through that wall to help their teammates on the site. Fufu lurking inside of mid, wants to find something, and Boba are just playing this really passive. They want to wait for an over aggression here.
Oh no, they might not check it.
Oh my god.
Timing!
Check it though. Clays was about to throw a smoke for his teammate, and now Gem finds an opening into this round. Now Boba have to make it work at a man disadvantage, and with A main re-cleared, it's most likely known that it's going to be a C-side execute. Fufu cuts off Hyphen inside of mid though, so these positions are exposed. Gunk takes out Fufu, but not before the neural theft comes in. So much information for Boba to work with as they look to hold on to this C site. Like you said, their signature plant spot. They like that stage plant, and they're ready to spam from along. Tofu on an aggressive angle with the Spectre gets taken out by Ivy, and Ivy is traded back by Foxy, but it's gonna be a barrel through the site by Feeling Faded, and they pull through.
The only problem with that plant spot, you need Clays alive for the smokes, and if you don't, that happens right there. They have to play up, and it looked like Tofu's like, hey, team, I need you here or we're screwed. And I mean, they just kind of played long, they couldn't move, and they just eventually fell. Good round over there for Feeling Faded, able to find these picks. And I mean, that was all really made happen because Clays took out the utility to smoke for his team. He would have had a perfect timing on him, but the timing was not in his favor. And 6-9, the funny number, is the map currently with Feeling Faded.
I laughed at that. I hate it. God damn it. So, I mean, yeah, but this buy, it is not the greatest here from Feeling Faded. They took enough damage on that bonus to where a player has to settle for a Spectre. Serendipity is going to try and get a rest on this position. Ivy being supported by Gem. There's a 3-player stack on the site, but as 2 players fall, it all is left on to Hyphen, who just backs off, and Boba looks to secure another round as they put the plant down in a 5v3 advantage.
Yeah, he couldn't escape the aftershock. Now Fufu looking for Randy. Very aware, but not aware enough. Will pick up that pick. It's a 5 versus 2. It looks like they might want to collapse on Fufu here. It looks like that's exactly what they're going to do.
These lurks from Fufu have been so lethal, and I feel like you need to start dealing with them personally, as Fufu gets a 3k on the round. Great support from Clays to throw in the paranoia for the peak. A really good team play there. And the attack is definitely showing to be the stronger side on this map right now.
I don't think that is the main thing we have to talk about there. I think it's the fact that they got another flawless. That means more economy for Boba. And it it hurts this Feeling Faded team so much because it doesn't matter if you get these small amount of picks later because Boba are just in a position to buy for the next 2 rounds. It's such a good economy advantage this team gets themselves in, as it does look like Feeling Faded does want to push very aggressive through mid now.
Yeah, like I said, you felt like you had to deal with the Fufu lurk a bit more personally and aggressively, and it's exactly what they've tried to do. They're on weaker weaponry, so they want to try and overwhelm one of these players, but look at Fufu. He's going around the world. He wants to hit the biggest flank since Snorlax was since the Snorlax flank was invented.
People are gonna get 0 of our references.
Yeah, well, I don't know. There's a couple of people I've seen in the chat from Honeydew Summer Showdown, so we'll have a little bit of people understanding that. Oh my god, Hyphen gets a double kill with the Sheriff as collateral, and Randy manages to get one as well with the Bulldog. This means that the defuse can start to be stuck, and body blocking from Ivy as well. The defuse is just being stuck. Gunk gets it to half, but Hyphen just goes huge. A 4K on the round. What on earth just happened to Boba?
I think they just got collided with the Sheriff is what I believe from what I saw in the kill feed, because holy Hyphen saving the game for this Feeling Faded roster. We might be going to 3. We'll see. 4 ultimates available, 3.5 ultimates available for this Feeling Faded team. But like I said before, the gun's still in Boba's favor because they've got so many flawlesses. Their ults are almost up as well. So they need to be very careful. Feeling Faded cannot get picked off here. They need to play smart. And I'm actually very surprised at how that all transpired, is because I've seen this A hit from Boba so many times, but it just did not go their way. As the overdrive comes out, the trip will have to be shot. So Fufu, oh, they're gonna go right back. Never mind. So Fufu won't get any knowledge about that just yet. But either way, this A hit is currently the plan. But I smell something in the air that they might be going back C.
I mean, that means Ivy, though, is going to completely lose this overdrive. They're going to be left with nothing but a classic to work with here, and that's just not very good here for the defense. If that weak link is identified, then could spell a very troublesome situation for Feeling Faded, as this A site has been taken away. Can they pull off yet another miraculous retake? They're cautious of this Fufu late lurk, but also this crossfire inside of this archway is going to be really difficult to deal with. Gunk takes out Fufu, and overextension from Fossey as well could be a problem here, as everybody is falling. Over aggression here from Boba is the problem, and it's going to be an 11th here for Feeling Faded as they look to put us on map 3.
Boba doing something I've never seen them do before. That is absolutely crazy, that what they just tried to do, and they get punished respectively, of course. And I do want to point out something. I do love my boy, but like Jiggly Tofu, man, we're 18 rounds in. Find a kill, please. 0-13. It's not looking good for you, brother. Maybe you can get something on this Hunter's Fury. I know your util is very useful, but I know you have some gunplay in you, so please find something soon, as this rat map is almost over and the team cannot be all up the Fufu. Fufu cannot carry them all the way, that he needs some help.
I mean, borderline, that's what a Hyphen is doing, though. 25-10, but yes, that donut from Tofu is definitely holding back Boba right now, and that could be the reason that we find ourselves on the third map, as trying to get a kill with this Hunter's Fury, and it will elude him. The donut remains for now. Clays gets Gunk, though, so an opening found here for Boba, something that they found a few times on this attacking side, but haven't been able to convert it as of late, and Randy gets Fufu taken out. The top frag for Boba is eliminated, and Fossey is falling back to long. Yes, these long positions are gonna be difficult to deal with here, but no stranger to adversity is this Feeling Faded roster as they look to try and get the defuse started. Wingman is sent out, smokes to cover, and the spam actually isn't finding its mark. Wingman manages to get it to half. Gem and Hyphen get one apiece as well. This is falling apart for Boba. Tofu steps up with a kill, has to go clutch here, and can't quite do it. The defuse comes through, and Tofu cannot find the kills. It is match point for Feeling Faded.
I mean, we want Tofu to get kills. We never said won the round, so that is what just happened. As I mean, the Hyphen just playing strong, the whole team playing strong on site. Clay's only had one smoke available, so he actually one wayed, and it just wasn't enough. He needed the smoke to actually smoke themselves off in order for everything to work out how they usually like it. And just since he didn't have it for 20 seconds, it was definitely a disaster for the team as all the kills went Feeling Faded way. It's match point for this team, 12-7. And we need to see what they can do. We need Fufu to not get picked off at the start of the round again. Has his Ares. He loves this weapon a lot. Can it find his mark? As Randy is completely set up on this A site. We'll find, hopefully, a lot of damage for this team if Feeling Faded want to win this round. As we'll have to see what Fufu decides to do, because he'll most likely dictate what happens in this round.
Unless Boba can play perfectly for 5 rounds straight, we will find ourselves going to Lotus. What can Boba do when their backs are against the wall here? As they are looking to try and convert yet another post plant, but these retakes have been so strong from Feeling Faded, and Hyphen is a big reason for that. Rolling Thunder available as well, and it's gonna be ripped right here, right now, trying to barrel in, but a lot of counter utility, and Fosse has a nice shot onto Ivy. Can you stand strong for any more? Clay's on the cross, and everything happens in a matter of seconds, and Boba find themselves on top when the dust settles.
That is the A execute that I remember. I was very confused on what they were doing last time, because that is what I've seen them do so much in HDSS. And I mean, that is just one of the things they do. They put the Omen down in hell. They have the player on the left, and it looks like we're going to get another pause here coming out. Hopefully, we get these players sorted out here, but this is
They're looking to pull off a comeback here. Like I said, they have to go 5 straight perfectly, and they found the first. Can they find 4 more is the question.
Yeah, and I want to see some more. I want to see more plays here from Tofu, from Ivy. We haven't really seen them be able to step up. I mean, Tofu's got all his kills in the last 2 rounds. So, I mean, we need to see just a bit more. And even Ivy, you know, had such a strong performance on that first map of Abyss. Just the team just didn't show up, and we're kind of seeing the opposite this time. The team is Hyphen is showing up, and the rest of the team is kind of just there, you know? Like, there's these solo carries for both these teams right now, and we're just not seeing enough progression from the both, as we're still waiting on these people to get back in here. And I mean, I just need to see some more plays, like, and some more help for Hyphen, for Fufu, because they're all, like, carrying everything on their back.
Yeah, absolutely insane performance from Hyphen right now. No doubt that if it weren't for them, this would be a very different map, it feels like. And the same can be said for Fufu as well. Has kind of struggled in the last few rounds, though, it feels like. It definitely seems as though Feeling Faded has really gotten a beat on Fufu's lurk timings, and that's definitely what has caused a lot of issues for Boba in the latter portion of this half.
A little thing of a little fun tidbit here is that Fufu and Hyphen, they both bottom fragged on both of their teams last match, and now they're absolutely top fragging this match, which I do find quite interesting. The kind of
They're just saving up. They're saving up for this one.
just getting the energy to do so, you know, just getting the torment out of the way. And I mean, it is kind of impressive going from 2 very bad games to them absolutely dominating this one.
I don't mean to do my boy like this, but where was Tofu last game?
Tofu was 3rd frag. It was 16, 12, and 8, so he was actually doing quite well.
So Tofu may have used all of his ability in the last map. It feels like. I mean, same thing with Ivy as well. Ivy has not been able to have the same success that Fosse has on the duelist role here, and once again, does feel like a bit of a difference maker there right now. At this point, it is starting to almost feel like if either of the bottom frags wake up for this match, then that team will be able to run away with it right now inside of this map. Or perhaps it'll be the hyper carries just pulling it over the line.
I also feel like if whoever's playing Duelist on the Feeling Faded team, you're just destined to bottom frag because, I mean, that's what happened to Hyphen last match. That's what happened to Ivy now. We'll definitely see who plays the next match if that continues or if they just maybe run Duelist. That may help too, as look at this aggression here from them. I don't think that Boba's even going to expect this really. They have a lot of utility with Randy here, so I'm really scared here for Boba if you're not paying attention to the short position because no one cleared it except for this Fufu guy.
Yeah, Fufu's looking at this though. Could the timing not work out though? This is going to be very awkward here as there's a double stack inside of Sewer here, and it hasn't been noted at all. Ivy is spotted out here, but there's still one player who's undetected, and they could play that to their advantage. However, Boba being repelled very effectively here. The stall is... It's a blessing and a curse. You haven't lost your players, but that time is ticking down. Randy takes out Fufu, so now Long is under question. Ivy gets one onto Fossey. Serendipity quick to trade it back, though, and Randy is lurking up this long position. This could be a problem, and Hyphen, once again, does it and manages to pull it over the line for her team. A 3K, one for each Hyphen, and we're going to a third map.
Lotus is our destination as a 32-12-5 game will secure it. And I mean, what a map from Hyphen. They're definitely MVPing there, and I'm really excited to see what we see on Lotus. Back to another 3-site map, and if that's what Feeling Fade can do on that, I'm so excited to see what they can do in the other, because both teams won on the opponent's map picks. So I wonder what we're gonna see on this next one, because I mean, the amount of aggression, amount of plays we saw from Feeling Fade there definitely showed through compared to what we saw in map 1.
Yeah, we're going to need Lotus to settle the score between these two teams. It's going to be a quick 5-minute break, and when we get back, we're going to find out which of these two teams is coming out on top today.
My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa. And if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to see. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah.
I'm on my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain
And do you see you got me falling in more times than I can get out. Down in the deep of my mind, I call for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I call for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, trying so hard not to keep you, to keep you. How long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Trying so hard not to keep you, to keep you.
between these two teams, and I genuinely do not know who's gonna claim it, as both teams have shown incredibly good performances on their opponent's map pick nonetheless. So as we head to Lotus, hopefully it'll be a common ground for a close decider on this match.
And that will definitely matter a lot about what these teams pick as their carries, as we do see Ivy picking up the Neon again. Didn't show, I don't think, the quite performance that we really wanted from it, but I mean, Hyphen on the breach just absolutely clutched it out. And on the other side, we do see the Omen and Viper, pretty standard comps so far for this Boba team, nothing too special. And I assume that it's going to be about the same here for this Feeling Faded roster, so it's definitely going to be very interesting who can come out on top first, as the attack definitely does have the advantage for Feeling Faded at the start of this game.
Feel like we need to start a counter for this match. How many 3Ks will Hyphen get this time around? And I'm also going to be looking towards Fufu, who had a lot of impact on the lurks in the last match. Haven, a very lurk-heavy map. It lends itself to that playstyle a lot, but a bit harder to pull off on Lotus. So I'm interested to see how his form keeps up heading into map 3.
And it looks like it's a single controller for this Feeling Faded team. I don't usually see that very much. You always usually see that Viper come out as well. So, I mean, this must be a very confident Feeling Faded team. They want to play with this double initiator setup. They want to just be able to get on these sites, able to just perform really well. So I'm really interested to see how this actually does end up.
This lineup from Feeling Faded has the potential to be incredibly oppressive if they are able to pull off cohesive site executes on this attack. However, Boba going for a bit of a more stable setup here, which could be a problem for Feeling Faded. If these smokes get spread out well and are able to set up the anchor play really effectively, it could be a problem for Feeling Faded to break through.
Yeah, and I do want to say something that I did just notice as well. I know it has nothing to do about the game, but Fossey changed his banner off of the dancing girl, whatever she is. I don't know if it's neon or what, but I just find that kind of funny that he just randomly changed it through. Anyway,
Fossey wanting to be inspired, I guess, for this match because he's changed it to the champions banner, which I can only imagine is him trying to like lock in. I don't know why, but that's the vibe it gives me.
yeah, something they did not do in HDSS, that's for sure. Anyway,
Oh,
I
drive
hope
by.
I hope they don't rewatch this.
They got top 4, didn't they?
Yeah, they got fourth.
Yeah, that's
Eh,
that's all right. It's pretty good.
nah.
Especially considering the competition that they were against. But definitely a roster that we knew were capable of so much more than that. So I think it is, a bit of falling short, definitely. And we'll see if they fall short in this matchup or if they're able to stand tall.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested to see how they do perform here. I also do want to say I didn't even notice the Feeling Faded team, all their player cards are champions, not the ones that are currently playing, but just in general, which I do find quite interesting that they kind of match them up in a way.
That is
But
pretty funny that they're all they're all champions, but they're not playing the champions. The person who has the Sage
hey, Randy,
the Sage banner didn't even play Sage on Abyss.
I mean Gem also has the Arena one, like we touched on before before the stream started, but
I wanted that Reyna to come out so bad. I don't know why, but it's just funny to me when you see a Reyna come out because it feels like the ultimate ego pick.
and now you see some sort of ego from this Boba team looking for some strong plays as they're starting defense, which statistically, like I usually say, is the worst part of this map. But we'll see what does end up happening as it's a C hit going straight for Fufu. Needs to be careful here as we'll get the information right away, and we'll need some rotates as 3 players towards A will not be helping this Boba defense so far.
Like I said, this setup has the potential to be incredibly oppressive here as they just try to burst into this site here. Multiple players barreling in, and that spike is going down from the wingman. It will be planted, and Ivy looks to just set up. I thought was going to set up on top of the box, but decides to just basically loop around and go to the same position.
I think it's because Gunk went up there, so
Yeah. Double stack the box. Why not? Speaking of this box, we have seen some absolutely crazy jumping right clicks from this box, and I wonder if we're going to see that yet again. Gunk set up here, doesn't actually manage to find anything, and it's trades back and forth. Ivy stands strong for a double kill and sends it out as well, but Tofu gets to his own, and now it's all up to Randy, who can't do anything, too far removed from the situation, and that defuse will just be stuck as Tofu finds the 3K.
Yeah, Randy was actually waiting for a lurk over on B and just was way too late to the thing. And yeah, I mean, just definitely not the start you want. But I will say the start that you do want is Ivy and Jiggly Tofu actually finding kills now. Let's go. 2-1 for Ivy, 3-0 for Tofu. And
It's their
I mean, it's a lot more than they started with last game. I'll tell you that.
It definitely is. Tofu has the same amount of kills now as he did into like round 20 of last map.
Minimum. As the bomb is being left actually on B or B pillar, so nothing is no action so far for this team, as it does look like they might want to hit this A site, but Serendipity and Tofu are there. There's going to be a very big collapse. A lot of util will have to be used if that is their angle, or they might just go B. Pretty simple, easy. I don't know why I'm trying to overthink it. They clearly it's a B hit, but we'll see what Fossey can do here. Has the utility, of course. We'll get the nano swarm down. We'll stall them out just a bit more. We'll get the smoke, but it is a guardian, so it can be quite difficult. And okay, they're going C. My bad. We're just talking about all the sites at this point.
I'm just mainly interested to see how much utility is invested here from the side of Feeling Faded, because the caveat to them running this lineup is that utility can really start to get expensive if you're dumping it into every site execute. They do manage to get through onto B and actually manage to secure a kill as well. Jiggly Tofu goes down. Serendipity manages to get the kill right back though. It's 4v4 and that spike is interrupted. They can't commit this quite yet. Serendipity trying to work out, manages to get another kill. The spike does go down and Randy crunches in from the broken door position to get another kill. And Gem from the lurk as well gets one. It's all up to a 1v1. Clays versus Randy, and there's not enough ammo in the Bulldog. The defuse comes through. Clays wins the round, and it's a narrowly avoided curse for Boba.
They might have used a lot, but it didn't matter as they just used so much damage onto them. And I mean, that was completely clean from the Feeling Faded team. They're able to find so many picks. Randy with a huge flank to actually get Serendipity. And that was just really nice from the overall. It's found so much damage, and now we need to see what they can do to Boba on this, as they're not looking good gun-wise. Fossey will have that Guardian to cause some problems with Clays with the Bulldog. So I wonder what they will decide to do, as C-hit is the plan, where, I mean, Fufu's going to be way too late to it as well. This looks pretty free so far for Feeling Faded, but we'll definitely find out.
Who hadn't even put down the utility yet, but Clays with a great lurk onto Randy is going to give them an opening into this bonus round, as it's the C site execute. It does come through. They break through that Killjoy utility. It was pretty thin there, so this could be a conversion on the post plant from the side of Feeling Faded. They have to deal with this mound flank though, and Ivy taking up a forward position doesn't choose to stay in good cover, and that could be a problem. Gets one and is all they're gonna find. Gunk manages to take out Serendipity as well. This retake is coming through, and it's well managed here. Hyphen with 2 kills doesn't manage to get the third, but it's left up to Tofu in a 1v2 with only a ghost. As the thrash comes through, it's not gonna hit, but it will get the information, and Gunk executes off of it.
And Hyphen once again able to stay alive, finds 2 picks, able to secure that round in the 3v3, and that was just really good from them. Overall, that looked kind of dire for a moment, but they're able to win the mound play, they're able to win the site play, and I mean, it just went everything in their favor. But you gotta think they didn't want to lose that many guns, and then especially the thrash, that was very funny. I would just went straight past them, as this is going to be an A hit. This is going to be a very messy early start of this round.
Actually, I don't know if Thrash can connect that high. I'm very interested to know whether or not it can. And Ivy with the overdrive, though, will connect. Jiggly Tofu goes down. Serendipity with a double, though, brings us back to an even man count before Gem is able to answer it. So now it's a very interesting situation as that dust settles. There's a lot of maps still available here for the side of Feeling Faded, but they still want to commit towards this A site. And Fossey lies in wait, tucked towards tree. Will this be full cleared by Gem? It looks to be a possible lazy clear, and it's going to be an execution from Fossey. Takes out one player, takes out the wingman, Fufu with support, and it's all left up to Gunk in the 1v3 and can't even hurdle the first pillar. It's Fossey to take down this attack.
We actually haven't been able to see Fossey with this explosiveness that we're a bit used to, and it is a bit interesting how he has just kind of had a slow kind of day. He hasn't played bad. He's just a bit middle of the pack, I guess you could say. So I'm really interested to see if that can start to get him going. He has the showstopper available. They have 3 rounds to 1 right now. They have the gun advantage. I do wonder what we're about to see from Feeling Faded here, because it does feel like a bit of the odds are stacked against them. As they're on the eco, they're looking to do some damage against this team that has 4 Phantoms and 1 Vandal.
Yeah, Randy looking to get some information towards B here. Not really happy with how the last lurk played out, and so now is being a little bit more proactive on this for an eco. Gem hits the door, wants to head back towards B, but that's going to be a massive sound cue, and that means Fossey can once again step up to destroy this round if the shots are found, and he manages to get a decent amount of damage to the smoke.
And something interesting that I feel like has been kind of funny throughout the game is that it does kind of feel like that Randy is on Clay's duty, just trying to, or Clay's and Fufu duty, trying to find these flanks.
And Serendipity once again on this rubble position is going to try and find something. He's managed to post up for a single. Can he find the double? Not able to get the spam, and everybody from Feeling Faded are going to back out. A main has been on lockdown here from Boba.
Either way, the advantage is very far in the favor of Boba. They're playing 4v5 now, this Feeling Faded team. They don't have the guns. They have 1 Vandal here, 4 Hyphens, so we'll definitely see what they can do, as it does look like they probably are going to go through the door. They will, but 2 players are still there. Clay's, he's hungry and waiting.
And that Viper Orb is going to be a massive problem. 10 seconds left. The Wingman goes down. Hyphen, can you show us some of that magic we had on the Haven match? No, you can't. The Spike is taken out time and time again. There's no time remaining for this, and it's going to be an absolute collection for Fufu.
Yeah, I mean, they do take a bit of damage, but their economy is looking so strong right now that it doesn't really matter, as, I mean, we're going to get some guns now for this Feeling Faded team, but they're down 4-1. It's really just not looking good at the start of this game. Showstopper is still available. The Lockdown and the Viper Pit almost coming up soon for Boba as well. But I guess you could say the same thing on the other side. You have the Rolling Thunder and the Thrash soon for Gem and Hyphen, and then you, of course, you have the Nerdle Theft if Randy can find an opening pick, or someone can find an opening pick, as it looks like it's going to be a fast C hit here, making a lot of noise, looking to go around, and I mean, Clay's is ready.
Clay's has been so strong in this position. Takes Hyphen out of the round once again. And this is leaving Feeling Faded in a very awkward position where their mound players don't want to contest this. They choose to just back off. And I said that if these controllers can cause a lot of issues with the site executes with these smokes, that it would be a massive problem for Feeling Faded. And that's exactly what has happened. Serendipity, under a lot of pressure, has to fall back from that Dizzy, and the Thrash will also be invested here. It seems like Feeling Faded wants to turn this around, but in a 5v4, they're running out of chances, it feels like, as they're just running right into this stack. Fossey, Serendipity, they're stepping up huge, and Tofu is just gonna destroy Ivy here. And it's all left up to Randy in the 1v5. No shot in this round.
30 seconds
And I believe he did get spotted, or did get spotted out there by Serendipity as well. So, I mean, it's just a save. You have to just sit. It's such a sad round right now for Feeling Faded. They find absolutely nothing. And we're kind of seeing the Boba that can just run around, do whatever they want. They have the rounds together.
10
They're
seconds left.
just playing so well right now, and we're just not seeing the same Feeling Faded as last map. We haven't seen Hyphen be able to perform at what we saw last game, so I wonder if they can start stepping up, maybe call a timeout, maybe find some sort of advantage, as they're so far
can't
just
see
not
them
able to
yet.
find enough in this game so far. So I wonder if they're going to start talking to each other a bit more, use these ultimates. They did just use the Thrash for nothing. So I wonder what they can find in this round.
Yeah, they have 3 ultimates available, and the one that I have my eye on is that Rolling Thunder. It could be a very big part of turning the momentum of this game, finding it and exploiting a site, but there's also the showstopper in response for Fossey as well, so it really could go either way. 2 very impactful ults are available here, and it's just been a struggle this entire time for any kind of foothold for Feeling Faded right now.
Yeah, we'll have to see when they decide to pull the trigger. It looks like it will be soon as the rotates do happen. Of course, that showstopper still available for Fossey, but it does look like they are going to rotate back. It's going to be Serendipity needing to try and hold on to this rubble position. We'll get some help from Tofu on contact. But, I mean, it does kind of feel like this Feeling Fade team, they don't know exactly where they want to go. They're calling back and forth, trying to figure it out. They need to try and figure out the exact spot, as it looks like the final hit will be a C, where that showstopper is. And, I mean, the Rolling Thunder is nowhere near. Like, Hyphen is so far away, too.
Yeah, this just feels so disjointed here from Feeling Faded. They have to try and break through, and Ivy's going to try and be that contact, but quickly goes down to Fufu, who has been such a rock-solid anchor on this C site. Fossey even posted up in CT with that showstopper, but it might not even be needed. Hyphen gets a double kill. Can you step up huge for your team as managed to repel these defenders for a bit, and Randy has that spike. This could get converted, but that showstopper from Fossey still proves to be a problem. What do you have for us, Hyphen? Do you hit these shots? Can you find another opener for your team in this post plant? As that showstopper is ripped, it's all going to come down to Hyphen and can't get anything going. It's 6-1 from Boba.
A very weird alert that Hyphen tried to do. I don't know if they're called to do it or what, but why aren't you with your team there? You need to do that. You have that Rolling Thunder. That could have been so huge for this team to get on the site. They would have had almost no pressure on them. They would have been able to find the pick of Fufu. It's just bad macro that definitely will be talked about with them, I assume, in their after game talks. But either way, 6-1 for Boba. They are making this Feeling Faded roster feel the pressure. It's been such a close matchup so far, but now it just feels like they are on top. This Boba team is not stopping, and it B hit they go, as their buy is weird, and so are they.
It's very quickly anticipated by Boba. Clays collects a double off the back of the Paranoia, and so now it's just 3 members left, reeling from this early aggression by Boba, and they're just gonna walk away with this advantage. They are just letting the rest of Feeling Faded walk into these setups, and Fossey, even blinded up, manages to collect a kill, gets a double as well. Could we see the 3K? Very possible, as Fossey is feeling so confident. It's Jiggly Tofu to close out the round, but no matter what, it's Boba all the way.
Heartbreak after heartbreak, this Feeling Faded team needs to call a timeout. They need to talk to each other, figure out what's going on. They're down 7-1, and it looks like there's just no stop from this Boba team. They are angry after last game. They don't like losing on their map pick, and they are showing it right now with how well they are coordinating with each other. And we're just not seeing the same team that we saw last game. Not enough pressure, not enough kills, and it kind of feels like maybe Hyphen did just solo carry them that game. It's starting to feel like maybe that was a fluke, but they need to show us why they are a good team, and they need to figure out if Clays is here, because this timing could go terribly.
And it doesn't seem to be accounted for. Clays gets yet another double inside of B main here. It's traded back by Hyphen, and that could be a rifle recovered, but the damage has been done. You're down 2 players, and once again left guessing where you want to go for this hit. Forward utility by the Killjoy is going to show a problem here, as Feeling Faded, they've just got no way into any of these sites. It seems no matter where they go, they're being completely shut down. The defense immaculate from Boba right now.
Yeah, and it's going to continue, as, I mean, Serendipity on this flank will actually destroy the trip, which I'm a bit surprised about. But that does really scare Feeling Fade. That's going to make them go even slower and not really check their things. We do see a ping come out of dangers of A lobby. They should very, very be scared of that, as they do actually push forward. Serendipity is going to get flashed here, so we'll move off just a bit. But Tofu and Serendipity are here. The Nightfall potentially coming in is going to be huge.
Yeah, it's gonna cause so many problems. This has been read after read for Boba. Everything is going their way, and it's a true masterclass of Lotus right now. Randy gets 1 kill, but there's only 15 seconds to break through here. There's no time left. It feels like it just has to be the save, right? Unless they're able to slip into the site somehow. There's not quite a response from Boba, so that plant barely gets there in time, and this could possibly be a wild clutch from Hyphen. Could we see the 3K inside of a clutch? 1v3 brought to a 1v2 as the smoke and as it fades can play around it, and Hyphen almost so close to greatness. 11 HP makes the difference, and Fossey kills the dreams of Faded.
I mean, the shot that went just over the shoulder will hurt Hyphen's chances there, and I mean, what a round for this team. And you see so much potential in this Feeling Fade team, but just aren't getting the luck, aren't getting what they need, and it is definitely all on the backs of Hyphen right now, not able to find the plays to get them over the line. We'll have to see what they decide to do here, as C looks to be the destination for now, but I mean, they've been so good on this defense. Clay's probably going to look to make up some fight here on Mound. We'll get instantly destroy the flash, so nothing will be found just yet. This Boba team is feeling all confidence, no breaks.
Yeah, Hyphen so close to pulling something off there, but yet so far as well as this entire Feeling Faded roster. The Rolling Thunder is still on the board as well. It looks like it's going to be ripped this round, and it's going to be targeted mainly towards Clay, who's been a massive problem child in these executes. Hyphen with a double kill, and that is all Feeling Faded have right now, as it's a 2v3, and Randy is completely isolated as well. These two players, I feel, are gonna just get crunched upon, and so Hyphen is gonna choose to back away. Doesn't want to give up the kill, doesn't want to give up the spike. There's still some time to work with here, and Randy could potentially find a lurk kill here if Jiggly Tofu gets a little bit careless. Hyphen joins up with Randy. They want to try and find something here, and that Prowler will give away the positions. It will give away the site hit as they put their sights on B. It's just a waiting paranoia from Serendipity. This feels impossible to overcome as so much utility goes out. Hyphen goes down, and now we have to see if Randy can step up in the 1v3, and she can't. It's 9-1. Boba are absolutely destroying on Lotus.
There's not much else to say at this point, is Boba is the better team right now. They are showing up right now, and Fossey, like I mentioned earlier, I wanted him to step up out of the shadows, stop playing like a middle class character that we've seen him so far in these two maps, and now in this third one. 11-3, the whole team's performing, and so is he. Huge for them. So I need to see what Feeling Fade can do here. They have that Thrash that they have won a round with before. We know that Gem can use this util to win these rounds. They just need a bit more help, and they're looking towards A, where 3 players are. Not going to be like...
You are Feeling Faded. You are hoping on one thing right now, and that is the 9-3 curse. It feels like that is their only shot in this match.
I mean, that's a bit of an understatement, as it does look like they're still just going to be sitting towards A side. Tofu and Serendipity is still there. Going to back off a bit, but the Thrash will most likely spot out Serendipity as they push on.
And they still can't get the kill on him. He manages to get one and even falls back with the shrouded step. Randy manages to get one onto Fossey, and that gives the neural theft as well. That means that they know that this A site is weak. They can take it if they're quick, and that's exactly what they do. They open the door, they start to barrel towards the site. They want to get this plant down, and also Randy still in position for the lurk. Will seem to just back off towards A main though, and Hyphen with an aggressive position here towards Pit. He's gonna try and cut somebody off, and will do exactly that. Clay's removed from the round. Gem pops yet another thrash, and Hyphen with a double kill, brought down to 12 HP, but could this be enough for them to secure their second round here? Hyphen has done a lot of the heavy lifting here, and Boba have to be cautious in re-clearing this. Tap on the spike. Dizzy sent out. Doesn't get any stuns, and Hyphen will get the 3K to pull it over the line for a second round.
Hyphen will save that round. It's 12-10. Huge for them. Now they just need one more round for the 9-3 curse. No pistols is what that spray says to me. And I mean, it's so hard. 3.5 ultimates available for Boba. I mean, that showstopper from Fossey is going to look deadly, and they need to be a bit careful here, as we'll definitely see how it all eventually does shake up, and we'll see what this team from Feeling Faded wants to do here, because their attack hasn't looked the best, and they're heading to defense where it's going to look even more scary. So I wonder what kind of tricks they have up their sleeve as we head to the second half of this map soon, as Clays makes a lot of progress up. He's left alone. It's going to be such a...
Yeah, early aggression here from Clays, and it's traded back quickly by Gunk. So it's brought back to a 4v4 as they want to try and execute onto this C site, but it has not gone their way multiple times, and they know that. They're just going to head right back towards their spawn. But Serendipity, he's aggressive right here. He wants to try and cut this off early. If he gets any audio cue, he's probably going to pounce on it, but nothing given over. Those shift keys are glued down for the side of Feeling Faded. Look towards this B site, but spotted out by the turret. That's a problem, and Fossey has this op as well, alongside of a showstopper. Randy caught on the lurk here. Is going to be spotted by that alarm bot, and it's Serendipity to strip them of two of their players. It's Hyphen to trade it back, and we need yet another hero round from her. It feels like it just keeps falling onto her shoulders, and there's only 30 seconds to try and figure out where they want to go. They're moving back towards C site, but they have to make so much noise, and Fufu will know. Fufu will have the audio cues for this, and it's just set up to spam. Throws down the lockdown as well. This is going to completely shut down the site as they get in there. There's no way. There's no way in this round for them, as Randy manages to push forward into the CT position. Has to hold strong. Has to save Hyphen here, but the nade will come through, and it's going to completely shut down this round unless Randy has something to say for it. Not even in a good post-plant position as well. Has to retake here, and as the tap on the spike comes through, it's going to be stuck to half. Fossey's just holding it. The coverage from Jiggly Tofu is enough, and it's 10-2 on the half for Boba.
Very clean from Boba, able to win that round too, and I mean that is all off of Serendipity, able to find the double kill, forcing this Feeling Faded team to actually have to change up their plans once again, and just the trades always going in the favor of Boba, definitely screwing them in the end. Of course, we did see Hyphen stay alive there in that trade, but it just doesn't matter at the end of the day when you have a showstopper breathing down your neck and you're just detained by the lockdown. Not much you can do as we head to defense for Feeling Faded, where I mean this Boba team is looking strong. We'll definitely see what they have cooking as B hits, or sorry, a very fast B here. They might be looking to push out. Feeling Faded might be looking to actually open the door and try and catch off guard this Boba team. I'm definitely interested to see what they decide on.
Yeah, this has to be an extremely strong defensive half from the side of Feeling Faded if they want to bring this back. And it's a good start. Gem gets a kill on the Clays and a lot of damage on Fufu as well. Just forced back onto the back foot. Gem will get a double. But this means that the C site is identified as the weak link. So Boba is just going to barrel in towards it. They're going to get that planned. It's a 3v5. And some information relayed from the Cypher camera could be beneficial here as they all stack up. They're ready to punch through on this smoke. It's Hyphen to get the opening kill. Serendipity stands up for one, but has to get 4 more. It's a good shot, but Gem with the 3K gets the third round.
They needed to go for something. They need to be aggressive, and that's exactly what Gem did. Found the double at the start of the round, able to find the other one with the 3K. Huge for Feeling Faded to attempt to get anywhere close back into this game. They are still so far away, and Boba are still so confident, but we'll definitely see what they decide to do here. As I mean, Boba, if they fall a few more times, again, we're saying ifs at this point because Feeling Fade have such a far road to climb. If they are able to get there, it is going to be such a good motivation booster if they're able to win at least like 3 or 4 in a row. But we'll definitely find out, as it's going to be an A hit here, and there's 2 members with including Hyphen.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it feels like Feeling Faded have to build a castle one heavy brick at a time. They just have to put their heads down and put one foot in front of the other and build their empire of a comeback if they don't want to bomb out of this series. Gem putting some spam towards this main position, and these walls come up. It's actually going to put a good amount of pressure here, and Gunk doesn't seem to be considering the option of an extra player. They managed to trade 1 for 1, but Clays comes out on top. Gem tries to keep things even and will succeed in doing so, and even doubles up for a second here. A lot of these Boba players are low, and they're gonna feel the pain of that as they go down 1 by 1. It's gonna be another 3K from Gem to pull it over the line.
I mean, that's huge for Junk getting back into this game, getting some more confidence going, because they're not out of it yet. Again, still a high hill to climb, but we'll definitely see what they decide to do here. Boba, we need to see what they can do on their weapon rounds. We know they're so strong on them. They usually don't give much up either, so if at least Feeling Fade can get a lot of damage off of this Boba team, maybe it can kind of propel them further into this game. We'll definitely find out, as it does look like it is the C hit for this Boba team, and a lot of aggression is going to be pulled up from Feeling Fade on A, so it's going to be a bit of a mismatch on these sites.
This feels like a very massive turning point for the half here for Feeling Faded. If they can convert this bonus, they can start to run away with it, and it's going to start out good. Ivy gets the opening pick here. It's a 4v5 now. Clays is off the board, which means be a problem here for Boba. Serendipity is going to be a valuable asset to this team, and Randy inside of their own cage on this C site has to hold on. Gem gets a kill onto Fufu. All of a sudden, this bonus is looking dangerous here, but there's still so much more to work through. Fossey here set up, just trying to hold for any kind of utility to come through, and as all of it's going to barrel in, Dizzy will spot out no players, and Serendipity steps up with a double. Jiggly Tofu anchoring here on the spike as well. Ivy trades back 1. Gunk gets another as well, and Tofu falls, so the bonus is converted here.
So bad for this Boba team, as I mean, they just fell so far at the start. Clays and Fufu both going for these lurky plays did not work. Serendipity may have tied up the player count, but they were just surrounded. They tried to do as much as they could, but they were just funneled into that corner. Serendipity tried to teleport out, didn't work whatsoever, in a huge round there for Feeling Faded. Now Boba, you're kind of feeling like you're on the back roads, being a bit scared. They're kind of forcing money here. It looks like Tofu doesn't want to have money for next round. Okay, he's selling, thank God.
Yeah.
We'll definitely see what they decide to do here, as Boba, they are kind of on their toes. They're a bit scared now, as Feeling Faded are starting to stack some rounds.
I do want to point out Boba is particularly vulnerable to these kinds of games, it feels like sometimes, and I want to specifically bring your attention back to the Honeydew Summer Showdown, which we casted, and Boba actually ended up losing, I believe it was against Adrenaline, in a massive comeback on Abyss. They began to completely shut down as a team, and I worry that that could be a reoccurring issue for them, as they now are having to stave off yet another comeback. Hopefully they avoid that tragedy, but for now, they have to make it work with weaker weaponry. Randy, set up on the edge of this smoke, is just waiting for the confirmation from their team. This flank from Clays could be absolutely massive, but his team is falling on the site. He needs a multi here, and he manages to get one. No more, though, and it's a 1v4 for Clays. It feels almost unwinnable as he's trying to tap away at the spike. Wingman gets it to half, and it's over the line here for a 6th round.
This next round is where we see if this is legit. Is this an actual comeback as another defuse for this team? And I mean, they're just looking strong now. Feeling Faded are starting to come back into this, but now I wonder, on this bye round, is Feeling Faded coming in with a comeback? If they can win this round, in any real condition here, this is definitely the death of Boba in this map, but we'll definitely have to find out. This is going to be so close, and it's an A hit to boot as well, so there's going to be so much fighting potentially here. They might just get pushed off by the nades. Who knows, as this is going to be really scary. Actually, they don't even have it.
Yet another hurdle to overcome. They are 4 rounds into tying up the score line, and that is the halfway point. Now they have to face down the barrel of full rifles once again. Can they pull it off? This is the hump for their comeback, it feels like. And will they be able to pull it off? Gunk, spotted out by the eye, manages to fall back though. Now it's gonna be Boba trying to move up off the back of this Viper wall, but they send in the Thrash, they send in Ivy, and Boba stands strong. All 4 players fall, and Hyphen is left in an unwinnable 1v5.
And it's not just that they got the 3 players on A. Fufu finally able to make one of them flanks work, and it just works out beautifully. Hyphen 1v5, an unwinnable 1% situation. So hard to deal with. Every player is in a different spot. Every player is watching something different, and it is just too difficult for. And Fufu will find the final pick. It's a flawless for Boba, 11-6, and like I said, if Boba lost that map, that might have been the map in general, and I need to see if Feeling Faded were mounting a comeback. Of course, they have a lot of money still to go, but man, it is still looking a bit dire for them as it's 11-6, but I mean, I don't think the money is enough right now for what Boba has if they can bring it back into this game and get over their mental hump.
Flawless does 2 massive things for Boba there. It boosts their economy. They now have another full rifle buy to fall back on, even if they lose this one. But it's also a massive confidence booster to not lose a single player, for everything to go so well, despite the ultimate investment from Feeling Faded there. It's going to be Clays trying to wrestle it back, and Ivy runs out of ammo.
no.
It even makes it work with the classic. How the hell did Ivy pull that off? And so now it's man advantage, and Ivy gets yet another. Fufu goes down, and this is looking really awkward from Boba. It looked like a massive confidence booster there, but they just crumble inside of a rubble. And now Fossey and Clays are left to, or Serpentipity rather, are left to pick up the pieces here. Spike is in their hands. They do have some time to work with here as they start to work their way into this A site. It's held by Gem. Can they hold on here? So they're just continuing to wrap here. They actually want to go around the world here and look towards a potential B finish or go back towards heaven. And Gem has not considered this. They're just going to keep working their way through this. They're going to take their time, the trigger discipline. They want to clear this out, and Serpentipity will pull the... Okay, you're getting a little bit weird with it, and you stalled out some time there, but there's enough to get the spike down. 2v3 post plant for Boba.
We'll definitely see how it all transpires. Ivy has 3K on the round, looking for the ace. Can they find it is the question, as it's going to be interesting. Oh, Serendipity.
Serendipity with a forward position takes out Randy as well. Could this be the fall apart inside of a round? Serpentipity is going absolutely massive, and it's all left up to Hyphen. Showstopper pop that's going to eat away at the time, and Serpentipity confirms the location as well. Hyphen, you're running out of time. You're running out of chances. You have to push forward, have to push through the smoke, and there's no time remaining. Serpentipity has stripped this round from Feeling Faded.
Reminding me of map number 1, Serendipity, with some huge kills to open up that, and now it's match point for Boba. Their fall has ended. That looked so bad from Clays, almost completely tossing that round away. Just did not matter. The amount of work that Ivy did in that round just went to waste, as Serendipity with some huge kills makes it match point. And not the best buy now. I mean, it could be worse, let's be honest, but Feeling Faded has a judge and 4 rifles. We'll definitely see how it goes as that Odin comes out for Clays.
And the biggest issue is that secures map point for Boba. This means that it has to be perfect from the side of Feeling Faded. They have no more room for mistakes. As Gunk sets up inside of Rubble, there's Ivy to support. Will the side of Boba be ready for this? It looks like they are. They're anticipating this from Gunk, so they have to fall back as well. Ivy put under pressure as well. They just take out the broken door and want to fall back. Jen set up with this judge in a close position, wants to reposition towards Tree, wants to cut off this round. Gunk taken out. Serendipity is being the difference maker in this series as Gem set up with the judge, can't best Clays, the A site falls, and with it, it feels like the hopes and dreams of winning this match for the side of Feeling Faded are gonna crumble alongside it. They need a miracle. Perhaps Hyphen can pull through.
Well, you gotta be careful. There's a rascal of a Fufu on the flank. They are aware of it for now. And nothing will happen just yet.
Yeah, Hyphen watching it, but that's gonna stall time. That's gonna make it really awkward to retake this site. It's Hyphen moving in through the broken door. Randy as well, aggressing from heaven. That Nightfall is gonna cause a lot of problems for the defenders as they try to retake in. Randy can't get anything, and it's Hyphen left in an impossible 1v5 once more. And Boba pull through 13-6 on Lotus to win this match.
What a close series. I know the score doesn't really reflect that, but you could definitely see both teams sweating throughout the maps that they were winning. So, I mean, overall, what a games from these people. Serendipity. Huge games in map 1 and 3. Just absolutely crazy. And just overall very impressive from both teams, especially Hyphen and the Boba roster.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that was such a close game, it felt like, and unfortunate that Feeling Faded fall just short of it. That's going to be it for tonight, but we will be coming back in these next coming weeks for more of these matches, so make sure you're tuning back into these streams. As for now, it'll be me and Rhodes, rather, heading out for tonight.
Adios.